Good morning to everyone who's out on the internet listening to us. We've just found out, Adam, that there are 13 people at least watching already, 13 excited people. So my name is Russell Gammon. I'm from Fergus, Ontario, and thrilled to be working with Adam Hunt. Adam, you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, thanks, Russell. It's a pleasure to work with you as well today. My name's Adam Hunt, and I'm from Kingston, Ontario. And I've been around the show ring for a little while. I used to do some fitting back in the day. Spent about 25 years doing that. And I've been with Select Sires for 20 years, and I do a little bit of judging, and I do a little breeding on the side, my own little side show project as well. So here with a little bit of investor interest, and excited to watch the show today. So welcome, everybody.
Are you going to reveal that prefix that's closest to your heart, Adam?
Well, I have two prefixes. One started by my father, Tracheli Holsteins, which reaches back to, I have animals tracing all the way back to the very first animal my grandfather ever bought back in the early 40s. And then I'm also involved with Lily King Farm, which is a partnership project with Mary Pearson, and we invested in some cattle starting 10 years ago, and we've found a little bit of success here and there with that. So it makes life interesting, and gives me a chance to make 4-H calves for my growing son. So
exactly. That is absolutely wonderful. Well, we're here in a beautiful facility at Ancaster Fair. Probably about 3 years, I think it was 2023, that this particular building was opened at the cost of millions of dollars and a lot of fundraising and government grants. And it's used for a lot of horse shows now, of course, as well. The Ancaster Fairgrounds are very, very busy. But this is, I hope that folks are seeing a nice clear picture on their screens. We're just seeing the first few heifers come in here. We're going to have about 6 Jersey heifers and then a real nice class of Holstein winter heifers following. We have Murray Reisner here as the announcer today, experienced in so many different ways with this whole biz going back there. So we're glad we welcome Murray here as our announcer. And just in a very few minutes, we should have that Jersey class. And we do anticipate there are 6 entries in the catalog anyway, so we'll see where that goes. Heifers today, cows tomorrow.
and alternating back and forth.
Yeah.
Jerseys first, then Holsteins, and so on. And it's a beautiful day here. Looks like spring might finally. Things might finally drop, and we can get some manure pits emptied out.
I was talking to someone last week, and they said we're about 2 inches from the top of the manure pit, and we really need it to dry up so we can get something out of there.
I think if you travel the roads enough like I do, you might see the odd one overflowing even.
Yeah,
so.
I'm sure. Yeah, there's been a lot of extra moisture added to them. So Jeff Stevens from nearby Troy is going to be judging the jerseys, and Murray will be introducing him at a certain point. And Brent Howe is judging Holsteins, assisted by Devin O'Hara. And Brent, when you see him on the screen, is looking very dapper today.
Welcome to the Ontario Spring Discovery, ladies and gentlemen.
Is it showtime, Brent? It's going to be interesting to see the condition and presentation of these animals. I was down at the New York Spring Show and that was March 30th, and astounded by the presentation of the animals. They look like the middle of the summer almost, Adam.
Oh, I'd say some even look like they're World Dairy Expo and Royal ready already. To be that ready this early in the year and be so well developed, it's we've gotten so good at presenting these animals to look that good all year. And used to be back in the day, in the early days of Spring Show, that you just accept that animals look a little bit green and they hadn't been worked with yet, and there's you can see some potential there. But now they gotta look ready all the time, and especially with how we transmit information through our phones and internet and pictures, and you really want your animal to be represented as the best you can get them out there as to help promote them as a product.
Yes. So Murray, if you've got any announcements to make, just let us know. and we will pause and let you say what you need to say. We've got most of those Jersey heifers are here. I can see, I think, 5 of them anyway, and there were 6 entries, so we're obviously... And there is our distinguished judge is here as well, the Jeffrey Stevens. He's walking across your screen right now, so you'll know if you're... Well, everybody's familiar with Jeff and Brent, I think, but there's Jeff. We're going to see Doug Green, our ringman, practicing already, doing hand signals. And there are our Jersey heifers coming into the ring. We've got interesting. We've got, oh, sorry.
Attention exhibitors, the Jersey class is now making its way into the ring. This will be your final call for class number 2, Holstein winner heifers. Final call, class number 2, Holstein winner heifers.
Okay, on the middle of your screen right now is number 2, Willow Creek RVV Aurora. She is a River Valley victorious heifer from the Osborns, and she's got a Painside Bill Clinton dam and then a slew of very good and excellent dams behind her going back to Heaven Hill Genetics. And that, Nikki, our great person, has showing you exactly what that victorious calf looks like. You know that bull?
Yeah,
Adam?
I know the bull quite well. He's been around for a long, long time, and Select is very, very proud of him. And he's still making the ones that can compete, as you can see.
The next calf is a victorious as well. She's Spruce Fire Victorious Plum. Brock Bartlett picked her up in the Ontario Invitational Sale about 10 days ago, and she's got 9 generations of excellent and very good behind her. Excellent front runner dam with over 10,000 kgs. So that's the heifer, another victorious on the screen right now with a deep pedigree and in a really successful sale a couple of weeks ago. Brock's from around Rockwood, Ontario. We've got, who's coming next? I think we're going to have number 5.
Yes. Number 5 in next.
She's from the Burgesses. This is a golden, she's a Dule Mr. Brown. He's a bull at CMAX plus 19 for type. He's a virtuoso son from Bagel. And her dam is a Dule Bowlers. Also at CMEX, and the next dam, excellent 92 Comstar JDF Beautiful. So going back to a Moordale family. 6 is an entry in one of a number from Carrie Alexander and her team. This is Maker Gold Dust Sassalee. So she's out of the S family at Carrie's that she's generated quite a few bulls from. Her dam is a 92-point Gentry. Then we've got a 94-point Rockella Gold Mine, and then the Sassafras cow, excellent 93 by Vivitar. So she's the heifer right on your screen now. It's kind of a nicely developed heifer for a,
I'd say all 5 of these heifers are
So
nicely
it's
developed for this time of year.
Yeah. And again, proving Adam's point about the preparation that these calves are under already. So I guess that's our class of 5. Don't know that we got a chance to introduce that number 1 heifer, the Echo Glen heifer, classic Jolene, who is leading the, based on entering the ring. She's by Blondin Classic. He's a high type bull at Blondin Sires. And her dam is a very good 88 Victorious, who I believe we're going to see later today. She's been entered in the show, and she's bred down in Quebec in the Heritage herd. So Victorious popping up that way too, Adam.
Yeah, it makes sense that a bull that makes good cows makes good mothers and good brood cows.
Yeah, and he really is proving to be that as well. But okay, so it's just a preliminary lineup here, I guess, by Judge Stevens. Again, you can see that we've got adequate space here when these classes, some of the Holstein classes are going to be pretty darn large, and we're going to have great room in here to present these animals.
Yeah, no, this facility is really nice. It's a big ring, and it's nice and bright and well lit. And we used to show in the where the cows are tied in the other barn. It was nice to be close to the ring. You could see from the prep area what was going on, but it got a little tight at times when the show was bigger.
Exactly. They have done some 4-H shows there before this one came along, and it was really pretty tight. I think these heifer classes are a great way to get young people out and involved in the industry as well. The average age would be pretty low on the halter here.
Well, it's a good start for their 4-H seasons that these are the calves they're gonna find themselves ending up with for the year.
Well, I know that was Brock's goal at the OIS. He's bought a couple of heifers and would still have time to make his decision on which one is going to be the 4-H calf. Oh, okay. Okay. So, as we noted, interesting if Echo Glen ends up winning this class. They've been really successful with their Holstein heifers. They've established both for themselves and buyers too.
Yeah, they bred a good Holstein last year. Was unbeatable everywhere all through the year, and they had a good day at their county show last year. They had grand champion there. They're really riding a pretty high wave right now as far as their what they're exhibiting and the quality they're bringing out.
I think we've got a final placing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Really nice morning here at the spring show in Ancaster. Weather outside is beautiful, nice sunny day. Going to be a great day to show cattle here at Ancaster. So starting our class here with 5 really nice heifers. I think we have a nice handy winner for me. Heifer for me that's got that nice balance, that overall squareness of hooks and pins. A calf I admire for the way the calf tracks out rear and front legs. I think the next calf falls in the same kind of mold. I love the Springer rib. Calf that's got a nice bone down through her leg, square through her rump. Maybe a calf just lacks a little bit of middle and midsection to move her up into first today, but a calf, when you view this calf on the move, a calf for me moves a little nicer through her rear leg set than the calf that's going to be third. Third place calf, a calf for me, it's long through her frame, dairy calf, a calf that's got lots of angles. Just love to change the way she kind of moves those rear legs around the ring today to move her up further. But a calf for me that's got that added dairy quality and angularity than the calf that comes out in fourth. Fourth place calf, just more calf. Calf that's got a larger frame, longer frame, then a really nice dairy calf that falls out in fifth today.
Well, thank you, Jeff. For those of you following along in your catalog, reading from the top down, ring number 1 was your class winner, Echo Glen Classic Jolene, bred and owned by Echo Glen Farms. Ring number 2 placed 3rd. Ring number 4 placed 5th. Ring number 5 placed 2nd. And ring number 6 placed 4th. We're now ready for class number 2, the Winter Holstein Heifers. As soon as we get some pictures here, we're going to have, that class is right here at ringside, ready to go.
So folks, that was, we've got the ice broke here now, and we're underway in the show. You can see the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th heifers on your screen right now. And nice class to get the day started.
And as usual with Jeff Stevens, an excellent set of reasons that you can follow very concisely. And anybody that's young, that's interested in judging, take note. That's how you do it.
We're probably looking at 7, maybe 10 or 11 heifers coming in this winter Holstein class. Maker Farms sponsored the last class, and Clark Valley. Well, who's heard of Clark Valley before? I guess Vicky Fletcher's involved, and Clark Valley's the jackpot sponsor here, with unique designs doing the best bred known. So we like to give a shout out to those wonderful sponsors of this show as well.
Yeah, we can't put these things on with a good group of sponsors that got some skin in the game and helping these things move along.
I understand there's been quite a bit of success too over the years. It's almost like you don't have to ask sometimes, and they're getting great support that way because it's a professional, exciting event. Murray, you look like you want to say something.
We'd like to invite our class number 2, the Winter Holstein Heifers, into the ring. Again, to echo the comments of our commentators, this show could not go on without the generous support of our sponsors. And class number 2 is kindly sponsored by Vicky Fletcher Photography. And Vicky is set up right here in the northeast corner, I guess the east corner of the building for your all your photographic needs here today. And we again thank Vicky Fletcher for her sponsorship of the Holstein Winter Heifers. The jackpot sponsor is Clark Valley Holsteins, and the best bred and owned is by Unique Design. So again, our appreciation to all of those sponsors on the Winter Heifer Calf class now entering the ring. And we're back to our commentary.
Well, and what better way to start than with an animal from the center of the universe, Fergus. And you're only going to hear that once because I've said it now, Adam. I can let it go now. And she's a Hodgland bred with a Hodgland prefix, Hodgland Alpha Love Red and Alpha, out of an 88 point Unstoppable with the Jacobs prefix. And then we've got about 5 generations of Excellence, Diamondback, Goldwyn, Jasper outside. That's the heifer that's on the screen. So living with the Frasers, just southeast of town.
Okay. Nice balanced calf, too.
You'll like this second calf, I think, as well. She's an energy. Canasum family. And she has a good plus Claynook, a Myth Dam, then an excellent Tattoo, and then a very good Sid.
And that's a prefix you're seeing more and more the last couple of years. They're churning out some nice ones.
Very keen there. Live up near Stratford. Brunner, I think, is the name of the community. So great to have them here. They've got a number of entries. 9. Oh, yeah, the red carpet heifer with a variety of owners. Joel Phoenix, who is on the halter. Red carpet, unique. She's a Solomon, this heifer. That's interesting. Out of a 94 point Atwood, and we're 91 point numero uno, and then Rocky Mountain Talent Licorice.
Oh, that's I got a neat little story about that cow. This is a really nice calf.
It is.
So the first time I laid eyes on Licorice was at Madison, and she was fresh just a couple of weeks, a little green yet even. And I was walking across the parking lot and come across Barkley Phoenix and say, Adam, hey, how's it going? Chit chat. He says, see anything good? I says, yeah, I just saw a really nice black cow over there. Probably worth taking a look at. So within about 24 hours, she changed hands 3 times. And then she won the Royal later. She was 8th that day at Madison. Then she won the Royal the next month after that, and then the rest is history. Yeah,
and it's been a very influential brood cow. And that's the Lydia family, is it not?
Yeah, it goes back to Ravenswell Lydia, a famous Astrojet from, she was born near Guelph area.
Well, now look who's landed here in Ancaster, Pierre Boulay, on a heifer owned by our Jersey judge, Jeff Stevens. This is Silver Dream Master Midnight, a Golden Oaks Master, obviously, and out of an Impression Dam, who is 88 points, and very good 87 Sid, 80-something point L'Authority, 88-point L'Authority. So deep pedigree on that heifer.
Yeah, and it shows in her development.
Yeah.
Very, very deep open rib heifer, very well developed in her frame. Be a little hard for the judge to jump back and forth from the suit to whites, I guess.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Fortunately, he found a pretty good driver there who does pretty well.
He found a very dependable guy who has done it 7 or 8 million times. Oh, I could make another Fergus reference here with Nolan in the ring, but I'll resist. All our way, Realist Rodriguez, an altitude red out of that. Adam, you know some of the story on the dam. She's kind of a well-known animal.
Yeah, her mother won the Royal at the TD Classic and was Reserve All-Canadian red and white that year. And Nolan, who's on the hull for this heifer, it was his final year in final 4-H project, and he went out the way we all like to win out, winning the Stanley Cup of 4-H with winning the TD Classic. So,
And I think you did some research on where this heifer goes back to. If we... Oh, so we've got everybody here that was on the thing. Maybe, I'm sorry, Adam, I thought we were... Anyway, number 12 is a Besley animal owned by Clark Valley now. She is a Delta Lambda out of the Dorman Camaro cow who has had a slew of very good 2-year-old daughters. I think every classified daughter to date. Brienne Brown keeps us well informed of Camaro's progress.
Just a tremendous brood cow for Besley. And they all have the look you see on this heifer, you see that look through the whole family. It's a very, very consistent, dependable style that they have.
13 would be one of a number of Carnview animals in this class. She is Eye Candy Kaboom, so we know who her sire is right off the bat. Her dam is a very good 85 Impression, and I'm going to let Adam tell us the rest of the story. Kind of a close to your heart here.
Yeah, we'll get going through it quick before the next one gets on the screen here. But she goes back to a cow I bred. Goes back to a cow we invested in with Lily King and Lauren Briscoe at Bonashare Holsteins. Goes back to Trent Valley Gold Chip Aber 6, who's a descendant of Kingsway Terrace and Alley, and the Doorman Abbey Road in that prefix and that pedigree there. We sold at the spring sale here once upon a time as a calf, and she went on to do really, really great things for Carnview and in turn for us as well.
Okay, and our next animal is her full sister to the calf that's just been in the ring, and Nadia on the halter there on number 14. So she's 100% the same blood, ET calves.
Pretty
sisters.
good flush.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, based on those two, if you just took those two, you'd say this was worth the effort. 15. We've got a real Carnview parade on here. Carnview Major Abyss, a Robella Major out of a excellent 90 Chief, who is out of Lily King Abbey Road again. This is like you could almost make a junior herd out of this, Adam.
Well, you're really giving me some gut flutters right now, and to see 3 of them go back to some of my earlier work back home there, it's pretty special.
And 16 coming onto the onto the screen right now. I'm just going to do a double check, but I believe Carnview owns this girl as well. Now she's going to a different cow family here. We've got a branch of the Jasmine family. This is Carnview Anthem Orange Crush. Anthem was a bullseye bull out of a Lambda dam. We got an 88-point La Trust. We've got a 90-point Dorman. We've got the Orange Crush cow. We've got the Mud Pie cow, who was a Sid, and then Jasmine herself.
That's also what I have a piece of that family too at home. We have we had some daughters of Orange Crush at home, and that did very well for us as well.
It has been like a famous international family, hasn't it?
Attention exhibitors, our Jersey exhibitors were asked to class number 3. Jersey fall heifers should be in the marsh area now. Our Holstein class is simply in the ring, so we're calling all entries in class number 3.
Okay, no problem. Got a couple more. One, maybe. No, maybe we've introduced just about everybody, I think, haven't we? Yeah. Okay. Oh, 17, who is a Dappelholm. Lehigh Sage. See if we can find her at some point, and folks will get to have a peek. Oh, sorry, Trent Valley Sidekick Always. Yeah, she's Echo Glen are actually the owners on her. She's got a very good 87 Dorman dam. And then it's the Alley line. There's a Unix, a Goldwyn, Abracadabra's in there as well.
So Allie and Jasmine are bringing up the bottom. The second half of this class is all Allies and Jasmines.
It's phenomenal, isn't it? The things that embryo transfer can do in terms of expanding. And IVF now, of course, as a branch of that.
Yeah, so when we bought Abra 6, before we even got her home, she went directly to Bovatech in Quebec, and we did a couple IVF runs on her. And that's what produced Abbey Road, which ended up at Carnview, and eventually helped pay for the heifer. That first little bit of work we did. So get to work on it early and make stuff to move, because it'll move for you. We're going to sound like a broken record today, but the development and appearance and presentation of these heifers for this time of year is really unbelievable. I don't know if you can appreciate as much on the viewfinder as we can here in person, but it's really something else.
Yeah, they are ready to go.
And as a judge, you like that. You like to not have to do any guesswork at what you're looking at. You want to judge them for the day and their appearance as you see them, and it's helpful when they're presented to look as good as they can possibly look.
So there's some consultation going on between Brent and Devon out there. Which is great. We've got a first pull. And that is number 12. Oh, that's the Besley bred heifer owned by Clark Valley, and then the red heifer from Alderway.
And she was just recently purchased in the most recent Dare to Dream sale, which they have a tag sale at home there. The last event at their farm before they sold it and moved.
Exactly. So these are December heifers, so not too many months under their belt, but they're really well-developed heifers, as we've been saying.
And he's not starting off with the biggest calf in the class, but I think he's got the calf that kind of grabbed his attention first, obviously.
There, that's a great. Nikki, our live stream person, does a terrific job of allowing us to see what these classes look like. We're starting to get a crowd here too. Some of the seats in the stands are filling up.
That lambda and doorman cross, it's been done over and over and over again, and it's very complimentary, as you can see. Little switch there at the top of the class.
15.
Pulling out our Carnview Major Abyss in second.
And then the red heifer from Alderway. And then that nice Solomon heifer there.
Yeah, you don't see too many young Solomons around.
That was when I looked at the catalog. I thought, wow, that's... touch of a throwback.
Well, when it works, it works.
Yes. And those bulls have sure made Solomon and Sidekick have sure been amongst the bulls, the many bulls that have come from Walnut Lawn that have made a profound impact.
Yeah, and those were type-wise, those were generational bulls that built cow families and did a lot of great things in the show ring and made good cows at home too. Cows you can breed from.
Isn't it fascinating when they so often the really, really good change agent bulls come from those cow families that Splendor family, there's so many, 15 generations, very good and excellent, and so many great females and males that have come out of that family. We're going to see some summer blood in here today as well.
Well, it just reiterates how important a good maternal line is on a breeding program. I guess we'll pause here now for some announcements and some reasons.
Burn who? Murray, let me tell you one thing. That is not the first time that's happened. There we go. Yeah, there you go. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful day to be in Ancaster, Ontario. Real good classic calves to get started out here. Let's give them a quick round of applause. Heifer comes to the top quite handily for Devin and I today. She puts it all together. Heifer with so much balance. She's so feminine in through her head. She's very, very strong through her shoulder and walks very correctly on her feet and legs, both fore and rear. A little stronger in her crop region over the calf in second. A little more fore rib and rear flank to her than the calf in second. Calf in second when we got her in line. She made a bump up over the red heifer. She's stronger in her crop region. She's longer in her body and just a little more fullness in throughout her midsection as well. Calf in third, the red calf over in fourth. Real pretty calf here in third, very feminine in her head. Lots of length of body to her, showing a little more drop to her rib, a little more spring when you get behind over the long-bodied calf in fourth. Fourth over fifth, it's that added length through her neck, a little longer through her rump structure as well. I prefer the way she walks on her rear feet and legs, and the way the tail head sits in a little nicer than an open deep rib calf coming out in fifth. Nice class to start the day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
There's a good view of these top 5 heifers that Brent has just talked about.
I think he shows a nice pattern here. Sharp heifers for their chine, deep rib. Travel well on good feet and legs, long dairy heads and necks. Now we have our Jersey fall heifers just starting to come into the ring.
And we'll see if we can get them introduced to you in order. Okay, 18 coming into the ring from Jenna Elliott, and her team is Mixing Moose Getaway Reese. This heifer is by Rapid Bay Getaway. She's got a Charlin bred dam, excellent 92 River Valley Spice Showdown, and excellent 90 Colton. Very good 87 unique VS Habit behind her as well. Dam was an ET flush donor, so some value there.
A lot of capacity to that calf.
Lot of capacity.
Very, very deep, lots of rear flank.
That would come from Getaway's dam, Vandenberg Amadeo Gorgeous, who was an incredible cow.
One of the most impressive cows I've ever seen in my life.
Exactly. Following her in the ring is 19 with Greg Burgess on the halter. This is Gold Dynasty. She is a Dule Goldorak bull at CMEX. We've got a very good 87 VIP dam, then an excellent 93 Gentry, and then the famed Golden Connection Domain, excellent 96, 90,000 kilograms of milk as well. So, and then a 92 Point Comerica behind her. So
that's impressive.
One of the premier cow families. We're going to see some milking females from that family as well. 21 on your screen is from Brock Bartlett, another one of his purchases at the OIS. Beautiful calf, Brenby Reckless Gamble. She is by Cash In Reckless, who is a craze out of the famed Flawless cow. We got an 88-point Chocolatier, and then a very good Arethusa Response Verbatim, and then a very good Jade behind that as well. from the bred at Brenby near Ayr, Ontario. She's the dark heifer in the middle of your screen there. And we're going to jump to, is that 22?
Yep.
That is a Lothman entry, Lothman Access Aurelia. She's by Avonlea Joyride Access, a bull at, I think, no bull. Excellent 90 Victorious Dam, excellent 93 Chrome Dam, very good 88 Blackstone going to the Virginia family at Swiss Bell. So that is 22, who is kind of in the long, tall heifer there from Marcus and Brenda Lothman.
We got Sandy McGillivray there driving number 23, just getting straightened out in the ring there.
Yes, the enthusiastic Sandy. She is perennial classic euchre. She is again by that Blondin Classic bull, same sire of the class winner in the last class. Bred by the Weldrick family near Tavistock. We got a very good 87 Casino, a very good 87 Irwin, and a 92-point senior behind that, going back to some Huronia breeding. One of the classic herds of the breed in the last 30 years. And there's
a nice balance.
Yeah, she is a very nice balanced heifer. We'll see, is that 24? Oh, we have a substitution here. 24 is a Downtown Brown. She's from Willow Creek. She's got a I'm going to say a Choco Chip dam as well. Just caught that at the last moment. She's another really eye-appealing heifer too.
Yeah, she really beautiful big open rib on her. She really long frame.
Long, exactly.
Deep to the forerib too.
That's Richard and Teresa's son Easton showing her. Yeah, talk about prepared and ready to be out in the ring.
They do a good job.
They do. They're very, very hard workers. Yep. We've got Jenna Elliott on the halter of her second animal in this class. This is Mixing Moves Train Station Bell. She is by the Rapid Bay Train Station Bull. He's a joyride out of Indiana Grace. We got an excellent 91 Chrome and then an excellent 91 Senior, and going back to some North River breeding in Quebec eventually. But yeah, Dam is an interesting cow. She's a Chrome that's 94 for dairy strength with big production as well. So kind of cool.
Chromes would do that.
Yeah. Get that production in them, and beautiful udders, sometimes needed more strength, but that one has got the dam is tons that way. And this calf is most appealing. Now, that should be, is that 26?
Yes,
yeah, they want to carry Alexander's entries. Maker Fogarty, Cowgirl. Fogarty is a Vieira bull by Joel and out of a Vaden dam. Very good 86 Gentry dam on this heifer. Then an excellent 94 Rapid Bay Gammon. Wonderful name. Gammon Caboose, who has been a important cow in the development of Kerry's herd. That'd be the heifer that's on the right of your screen right now. So by a Joel son from Vieira. I think that's 27. It would make sense that it is.
Yep.
And 27 is another daughter of the Goldorak bull, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not. And she's out of a very good 86 Victorious, and then the 95-point Golden Joyride Louisa that we'll be seeing later today, I believe, in the mature cow class. And then an excellent 93 Chimerica behind that. So a granddaughter of Louisa, Goldorak Victorious, who is nice productive young cow with 8,000 kgs. And 28 would be the, from Sunspark Farms, from Neil. But a purchase he made from Liberty Gen in Eastern Ontario. This is a St. Lo Video daughter. She's out of a Fizz, out of a Gunman. And then we go back to the TJ Classic Minister Venus, a Supreme Champion cow at Madison as well. And the dam is an excellent 90 Premier, and then the Fizz, and then the Gunman.
And we got Sandman at the top of the class here, Sandy McGillivray.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are marking up your catalog, we'd like to give you the placings in the class number 2 Holstein Winter Heifers. Ring number 7 placed 10th and was second red and white. Ring number 8 placed 11th. Ring number 9 placed 4th. Ring number 10 placed 5th. Ring number 11 placed 3rd and was first red and white for Allerway Holsteins and Sunny Terrace Holsteins. Ring number 12 was your class winner, Besley Lambda Capone from Clark Valley Holsteins. Ring number 13 placed 8th. Ring number 14 placed 9th. Ring number 15 placed 2nd for Carnview Farms Incorporated, Carnview Major Abyss. Ring number 16 placed 7th, and ring number 17 placed 6th. Class in the ring right now, Jersey Fall Heifers.
Well, in a somewhat smaller Jersey show here, this will be one of the larger classes, and Jeff is doing some good work getting them sorted out. He's going to stick with that perennial heifer from Sandy, and I guess Nathan Wade is the partner on that, and we're having a move up with this Willow Creek heifer, just getting one place there.
And I think we're going to see a lot of this today.
Yeah.
Single switches here and there from first lineup to second lineup, because I walked on the barns around this morning. The heifer show looked very, very consistent and tight as far as quality goes. You're really going to be splitting hairs here. And if you were a Jersey breeder and you had a pen of heifers at home that looked like this, wouldn't you be a happy guy? Oh, my God.
You'd have to beat the buyers off with...
No. I'd let them come and buy them, but it would take a lot to get them all out of me.
Yeah, exactly. Can remember one time when the export market was really booming. Brian Sales and I were traveling, and we went to a Jersey farm that I will not name, and told them we were looking. I think Brian was selecting for a sale, and the lady, her husband was not well, and the woman who was heavily involved in the farm, we're going to put a sign up saying, "No more heifers available. We're just sold. We're completely sold out, and we want to keep milking cows." And so it was the only time I'd ever heard that, but it was, in that late 90s and early 2000s before BSE, and it was a high time.
Yeah, it looks probably compared to nowadays when there isn't quite as much movement internationally. It seems easy. It looked like it came easy looking back on it.
There was once a point in time where there was one animal exported for every 4 jerseys registered in Canada.
Wow.
The one or couple of years, it was that extreme.
Well, in the 90s, a lot went to Colombia, South America.
Mexico,
yeah.
Brazil.
Brazil.
With a big money market in Brazil.
Yeah. Jersey's handle the climate in Brazil very well.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to announce the winners in class number 3, the Jersey Fall Heifers. Placing 3rd was ring number 22 from Lothman and Brenda Marcus Lothman. Placing 2nd was ring number 24 from Willow Creek Genetics. And your class winner, ring number 23, Perennial Classic Euchre from Sandy McGilvery and Nathan Wade. Now to our judge, Jeff Stevens, for his reasons on this class. Jeff?
Really nice class of senior calves here in the Jerseys section here. I think when you get these calves moving and get them out, I think we have 2 calves that kind of come to the top of the class today. I think our first calf for me today, calf that's got extreme balance all the way through, a calf that's got enough angle and angularity and openness of rib, and I think that's where this calf, I think this has a little more flank, a little more rear flank. Then a really nice heifer that's going to follow in second. Second follows in quite nicely. A heifer for me that exhibits that more openness of four-rib calf compared to the calf in third. A calf that's got that nice dairyness and dairy quality and length of frame. But I just think she's definitely got an advantage through her four-rib section today over our third place heifer. Third and fourth, very similar. I just prefer the third place heifer, pin setting, and width, the way the calf's tail setting sits down over a fourth place calf today. Fourth place calf for me just types in really nice with our third one, has that length of frame and angularity. As I said, I just love to change her just a little bit, through her pins and her hooks a little bit. And our fifth place calf, a nice calf that falls in nicely, but a calf you just love to see her move a little more freely in her rear legs to move her up further in the class today.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Again, if you're following along in your catalog, reading from the top of your program down, ring number 18 placed 8th, ring number 19 placed 5th, ring number 20 placed 7th, ring number 21 placed 10th, ring number 22 placed 3rd for Marcus and Brenda Lothman, ring number 23, your class winner, Perennial Classic Euchre, exhibited by Sandy McGilvery and Nathan Wade. Ring number 24, the entry of Richard and Teresa Osborne, Willow Creek DTB Superstition was second. Ring number 25 placed fourth. Ring number 26 placed 7. Ring number 27 placed 6th. And ring number 28 placed 9. 10 entries in that class. Class coming into the ring next for the Holsteins will be the class number 4 Holstein Fall Heifers. Gentlemen, this is probably one of our largest classes here today in the Holstein ring. Again, kindly sponsored by Freyland Holsteins. Jackpot winner is Validity Genetics, and your best bred known is Unique Design. So, class number 4 Holstein Fall Heifers.
Okay, so we've got the fall heifers in the ring now for the Holstein show. 31, who is right on your screen right now, is a major daughter. 29, sorry. 29 is, Wattstar Bullseye Incense. She's a bullseye daughter out of a Believe dam. Don't have too much information more on that, but that's the story there. Then I think we've got a remover daughter bred in Quebec at Fortail. She is now owned by the Stantons, and she is by Stanton's remover out of an 87-point Lambda and an excellent 90 undenied and McCutcheon Dempsey, and going back to a Lindenwright pedigree as well. So lots of star brood cows in her pedigree.
Very nice calf there, and remover number 2 on the LPI list right now as a proven bull.
There we are. 31 is the heifer you can see just turning the corner now. She's Canawsum Major Mojito. She is a major out of a master, 83-point master, and then an 87-point simpatico from the Canawson family. 32 would be an Echo Glen heifer. She is by Mystique Armor, and her dam let me see here, is a good plus 84 Clay Nook Casper. Then we get a very good 89 Master, and going back to some Stelbro breeding in Stonetown here in Western Ontario.
Yeah, they've got a great cow. Renita Ranger was a famous cow
Yes,
back in the
from
90s and early 2000s.
That great red cow, exactly. Who we got next? Is that 33?
33, the black heifer you can just see ahead of the leadsman right there.
Oh, yes. If that
Forward drop box acclaim.
Yeah.
Drop box from an applause.
one of the high-selling animals in the College Classic sale.
Oh,
Wendy
yes.
Abel is the new owner. She's got a 92-point control dam, and then a 94-point Stormatic, and then Apple.
Ah,
Yeah.
yeah. Famous cow I got to work on once upon a
Yeah,
time.
yeah. Did you really?
Yeah, I worked on her at Expo one year, and it's when after she was sold and owned by a group of partners.
Yes.
And when we pulled her out of the chute and pulled her out of the stall and put her in the chute to work on her, it's like a homing beacon went off or something. All of a sudden, about 20 of the people that were involved showed up to watch me work on her. So, but she was I enjoyed being part of Mike Deaver's crew that year and working on that cow.
What a change agent that cow has been. She's almost, better be careful, almost made the red breed, or she's so dominant in the red breed today.
Yeah.
Just a phenomenal cow. So that's the black heifer. And then 34 would be a heifer from Jackrest Holsteins, Repa Master Jumanji, a Golden Oaks Master out of an Alligator Dam. And that's that. Well fit, big well-grown heifer with a tall leadsman there.
Mm-hmm.
Metzger, I believe that young gentleman is. So Golden Oaks Master is a name we're going to use quite often in these heifer classes today, Adam.
I don't know a bull that's had such a show ring presence for so long as he has. And every year they're better than the year before. I think it's a bull that maybe should be studied for that.
Good point. Is that
35.
35 is the other Canossum heifer, and she's a Loyal, Comstar Loyal, out of a very good 86 dock, and then an excellent 90 sidekick, and then a fever. So some well-proven bulls in that pedigree. And then
Joel
Okay, so
Thanks
quick-
here with Velo Skiing Master Charlie, master from Eye Candy by the looks of it. Carnview Candy of Summer. is her
She
dam.
could be a little later entry. Seeing if I can find some story on her. But we're going to see a number of animals from the troop herd today, and they've got some interesting cows coming. 37 would be a heifer red carpet Dorchester. We can tell you that she's by Dorman and out of and I'm going to see if I can find my notes here.
Gay Ray Alexander
Isn't it-
Destiny, who
yes.
was, I know that cow a little bit. We used her a lot for advertising of Golden Oaks Alexander
yeah.
back in the day.
She was 94 points in the States.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Stanhope breeding. It goes back to Delia or Delia. Which way do you say that? The Reagan Crest cow.
Snow End Denise's Delia,
Yeah.
mother of Durham.
Eventually- Yeah, if you work far enough back in that pedigree, you'll find her. What's that? Is this 38 that we've got in front of us? I think that'd be from the Noom family, one of those Noom herds. A Golden Oak Master again out of an Oakfield Corners bred dam. And a red cow by Lumineer. New Morning Holsteins would be the exhibitor there. I think we have a Jasmine descendant on the screen right now. If that is...
Noonadale Thunderstruck.
Yeah. If that's
Sidekick?
sidekick out of an 88-point Dorman out of a 93-point Unix, out of an excellent arch rival, a 94-point Sid we've talked about before, and then Jasmine herself.
Oh, the Sid would be Mud Pie then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rebecca Doble from Cannington is the exhibitor on that heifer. We're just going to see. This is where hat bands would come in useful. Because that's quite a heifer, that white heifer that we're got on the screen.
No, that being an alligator out of a lambda, that would make sense
That's
that she'd be look like that.
Yes.
Carnview
Carnview.
alligator Aries, alligator from Carnview.
Yeah,
Lambda
88-point Lambda, who was and then a 92 points. Oh, and then that JM Valley chief a cappella.
Oh, that's a
Yes.
good. That was a great cow for him.
And
yes.
actually going back to Abel. If you go back far enough.
Oh,
in that
Staticone outside
yes,
Abel. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So a lot of pedigree in that heifer.
Same family that produced. Abel produced
Missy.
Eastside Louisville Gold Missy. Yeah.
Now we're wondering if that is that 41 or is that.
From Altona Lee.
I think it could well be. Owned by the Nooms at New Morning. Cherry Hill Action Man. Oh, that's the first one we've seen today, I think. And out of that J family at Altona Lee, which is just generations upon generations of very good, excellent, great production cows as well.
Yeah, they bred a pretty good one that did okay last year.
Yeah. And this is Devin Martin is here with an animal he owns with Roy Westgate, Carnview Master Azores, a master out of an arch rival.
Very nice balanced calf.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she goes. She's actually a descendant of Apple as well. 92-point arch rival. Then there's a numero uno, sorry, and then Apple herself. So not too far removed from Apple, actually.
The mother bred
That's-
by Tyler Dorian.
Yes, Ty D. Oh, yeah, Mike Deaver's here. It's a big part of the Apple story. Let's see if we can get a number on this next heifer. We're so close sometimes.
43.
Oh, yes, okay.
Carnview Harris Accord, a Mattenhoff Harris from a Barolo.
An 86-point Barolo, and then that a cappella cow right again, and then Abel back there. So first Harris daughter, I think maybe we've seen today.
Well, we'll probably see
Some
more.
Yeah, I would suggest. They seem to have a very, very consistent cut to them, the daughters of that bull. So, yeah, Barolo Dam, and then that JM Valley Chief a cappella.
Then 44, they're just turning around, is Frank Haven Major Brittany. Robella Major from Corcroft Bullseye Brittany.
Oh, yes, and that's quite a famous, the Woodcrest and Cook Farms, that bee family, down in the northeast of the United States behind this heifer. Ooh, there's a... What do we got next? Is that...
.45 Bud John AC Citron, an eye
Yes.
candy from Unique Dempsey Cheers.
She would have come out of the calves for a cause sale consigned by Mount Elgin Dairy Farms. Eye candy out of Unique Dempsey Cheers.
Well, that's interesting as heck,
yes,
isn't it?
it isn't it though?
Yeah. That heifer will have no choice but to have a fantastic udder.
It's destined. It's predetermined that that's going to happen. With that tremendous shape of mammary, that great cow head. So yeah, she was one of the better selling lots in the calves for a cause sale a couple of weeks back.
Yeah, and that all makes a lot of
Yep.
sense.
Yeah, it's all.
And Pierre on number 46, Dohibo Unix Persian. A Unix, a young Unix.
Yes.
Out of Dohibo Wickham Picture. Unix from a Silver Ridge Wickham.
Well, we saw a Solomon a while ago, so we now seeing a Unix heifer.
Oh, and that's a sweet cut heifer there, isn't she?
Mm.
Beautiful turn to her rib.
Lots of it. I see Peter Coleman is there next. Oh, this is a Ducat bred heifer. Oh, out of a rather famous family as well. This is Ducat, Ducat I Sidekick Bonnie, who is a sidekick, obviously, out of Dorman Bonnie, who was excellent in the United States, of course. To Goldwyn Bonnie, 25-star brood cow, 95 points.
Dorman Bonnie had a great show career as a young cow and has bred very, very well.
Very well. And
That Bonnie family,
Australia.
it's a family I'd like to have a piece of someday. It's very reliable in there, and how she's making them descendants.
And we're going to see a full sister to her very shortly. Sorry. Yes, we are. Because Scotty Breathitt is going to be showing a full sister to her in a minute. Okay, we've got
Number 48.
48. Oh, the Bridgeview Alley Oop Kokomo. Excellent impression dam. Excellent 92 Dorman and a very good 86 Jordan behind that. So some interesting bulls. And by Alley Oop himself, who's been a pretty useful bull. So she's the heifer that's being
Well, she's just
little
starting
stubborn.
she's
just
starting to
getting
sell
used to, yeah.
Why they do that in front of a judge, I'll
I
never
don't know,
understand.
but it's
If you
just
could
that
if you could-
moment,
if you
isn't
could
it?
just talk to them and say, "Hey, calm down, girl. Let's go."
Yeah. We need a chill pill right now.
Doesn't like that lawn tractor out in front of her, maybe, or something.
Murray?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this is our largest class of the morning so far, and I would assume it's the largest Holstein class of the day. We'd like to take a minute to introduce our judge. Our official judge today is Brent Howe. Brent and his lovely wife Angela from Howe's Holsteins reside in Elmer, Ontario. Brent is an avid Holstein enthusiast, and over his career has worked with some of the very elite cattle within the breed. And he continues to own, exhibit, and market Holsteins and Jerseys under Howe's Holsteins. Howe's became quite popular back in the 80s, I believe it was, maybe early 90s. Bred a cow called Howe's BC Sassy that Pierre Boulay took to lots of fame and continued her career at Dupasquier Holsteins in Guelph, Ontario. So currently Brent is a genetic consultant with Select Sires, where he works with his clients making decisions on the next generation for productivity and efficiency. Additionally, Brent works with Walker Dairy Sales in Elmer, Ontario, and many of their online management. You'll also see Brent working a lot of live auctions as a bid taker or as a pedigree announcer. So a multi-talented young man who at one time, I believe, Russell, was Reserve Grand Champion show person at the TD Classic in Toronto. So that's going back a few decades, I would say. So Brent has officiated at multiple 4-H shows across Ontario, along with being the showmanship judge at the Western Canada Classic, which is our sister show that's held out in the Western provinces. He's also judged at the Nova Scotia Pro Show, the Rockton Countdown to the Classic, the Idaho Junior Expo, and the Junior Division of Showmanship at World Dairy Expo. So a very talented young man with lots of experience, and Brent has enjoyed judging at county shows, championship shows, provincial and state levels, and the futurity at World Dairy Expo with international assignments in Costa Rica, Portugal, the Azores, and Japan. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our official judge for the Holstein Show, Mr. Brent Howe. Assisting Brent in the ring today is a familiar face to a lot of us, Devin O'Hara. Devin resides in Schaumburg with his partner Lindsay and their young son Dresden. A familiar face, as Devin was a Holstein classifier for a number of years and now is actively involved with the family farm back in Schaumburg, Ontario. Dandyland Holsteins is a familiar name in the Holstein industry, and Devin is now part of that. Devin is a very accomplished young judge that's going to see a lot of shows in his future. He's gone through the TD Canadian 4-H Dairy Classic as a participant in previous years, and now is one of our team members as a volunteer at the Classic at the Royal. So again, let's thank Devin for being here as part of our show today, and let's show our appreciation to Devin O'Hara from Dandyland Holsteins.
Well, I've just had a Yep, there we are. Ah, yes. Owned by the Harvey family. That's 49. She's a Carnview bred heifer, exhibited by Kevin Harvey and family. Salute out of an Avalanche, out of Lily King, Abbey Road.
Well, there we go again.
Yeah. Now, that Salute bull is kind of fascinating. He's a Blondin. He's had 38 classified daughters. 25 of them are very good, and 13 of them are good plus, as of yesterday. Didn't look this morning.
Yeah, they're making some nice udders.
Yep. Is that Mike Deaver?
Number 50.
Is that a Mason Buckley heifer? It is. Rosette Braden P. Debbie. She's by Walnut Lawn Braden. She was bred in Nova Scotia, as a matter of fact. She's out of Leaside, an unstoppable daughter at Leaside, very good 87, East River breeding, and going back to the Logan brothers at Homestead at Amherst, Nova Scotia. So a very a very maritime pedigree on that heifer on the female side, and young Mason Buckley the owner, and Mike Deaver the pro on the halter.
That's nice for Mike, the legend that he is, who's actually a very approachable, personable kind of guy, to help a young kid out and drive this heifer for him. Very dairy, open-ribbed heifer. Mike's a huge basketball fan.
As many Americans are, but yeah, he's.
I spent some time down there. We were watching college basketball one night, and I think he knew every player in college basketball that ever played college basketball.
All the coaches, which ones he liked,
Yeah.
which ones he thought could try a little harder. Is that 50?
51.
Oh yeah, that would be Souderholm, Major, Alabama. Chomper Cattle Company, that's Chompers on the halter, Chompers E.B. Brook Holsteins, and Murrell and Martha Souder. Obviously, a Robella Major again, another bull that we're going to be mentioning often here today. Very good 87 Dorman Dam, 88 Point Gold Chip, 87 Dundee, and then a Gibson, excellent behind that from the Souderholm herd. We've got Scott Breathed. He's got the E.T.'s sister to a sidekick calf that Bridgeview had. He owns this one by himself. A sidekick again out of Freyland Dorman Bonnie. And she's the heifer that's just moving a bit there. She's long. Yeah. Look at the length of rump on that heifer is
long, deep
quite
rib.
phenomenal. So
Yeah.
a younger sidekick.
And there's the Bonnie man himself behind him.
Yes. And I've just had a note from Jackie Fraser that she wanted to know if we could figure out who named this calf. This is Freyland Lady Glitter Sparkles, owned by Quality and Beckridge. And she's a Robella Major. We're thinking that Scarlett is probably, Fraser is probably the namer of this calf. She's out of a Dumbledore, Las Vegas, who is by Progenesis Dumbledore. Then we've got an excellent Dorman, and then a cow you'd be familiar with, Adam, Sandwood Elite Stanley Cup.
Oh yes.
Yeah, quite a
cow.
anchor of the herd there for quite some time. That's a nice heifer too, very straight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nice quality bone in her legs as well. Good
Very,
set to the
very
legs.
balanced.
Yeah. So she's, as we note, by Robella Major, who I think just got his first proof in April.
Yeah, and he's
Yeah.
no stranger to the show ring, and he's made
Yes.
some really nice heifers, and they're turning into nice cows. Which we see more and more nowadays than we used to.
Yes, isn't that the truth?
It's just a tribute to the udder quality we've got into the breed now. That these beautiful heifers are calving out and making nice udders, and
Okay. Have we got 54 is the red heifer? She is a Blondin Alpha, which would explain a little bit of her redness, but she's got an unstoppable dam as well.
We've seen that a couple times today. Alphas out of Unstoppables.
Yeah, and an 87-point unstoppable, and then an artisan behind that. And we've got Palling Farms as the owner here.
Nice
on
frame
her.
calf.
Isn't she, though? I'm sure at some point we'll be discussing the progress the red and whites have made, that portion of the population. As the whole population has made a lot of progress.
Mm-hmm. Well, thanks to a certain cow.
Yeah.
An interesting apple.
Yes.
A lot of people breed red on red on red, and we should remember that Apple's mother was a black and white Durham.
Huh. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, she was a red carrier cow. Then Carousel Regiment came along and made Apple, but she's out of a solid black, beautiful black Durham cow. Altitude.
And have we got the Echo Glen heifer, 55? That's Echo Glen, another Hamming Salute daughter. She's out of a very good 85 Thunderstorm, an excellent 91 Gold Chip, and then an 88-point Winbrook. So a nice deep pedigree on this heifer.
Yeah.
And part of that, a product of that successful program at Echo Glen.
Well, Sierra and Jamie, they're very, very keen young breeders and young farmers, and very much on the same page with each other.
Murray's got a...
Big class. I don't think we're going to get to all of them, Russell. They're starting to make their pull here.
Well, we gave it a good college try.
So far in first, we got that lovely heifer. I like that Pierre was leading with the. I commented what the nice cut she had a few minutes ago. Dohibo, was it?
Yes.
Yeah. The eunuchs.
Yes. And then I think it's that major heifer, the Souderholm heifer in second at the moment. With Chompers Eby. I think his real
Yes.
name is Warren, but he's
Everyone calls him Chomper.
Chompers and Chompers Cattle Company. Got his own little division there.
Now, how do you get a nickname like that? Maybe he was somehow the way he eats popcorn or something? Or?
Maybe he eats everything.
I'll have to ask
Yeah.
Randy sometime.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, she's.
He's got her looking good. Yeah, we got a big class, Russell. They're using the whole ring for this one.
One of the great things about this facility is that it's big enough to accommodate them as well. There'd be 25 or so, I think, in this class.
And next year here will be the Canadian National Spring Show with the convention being in this area. So I think for that we'll need it. We'll have some exhibitors coming in from Quebec and maybe a few up from the U.S.
31. Murray has done a count, a quick count, and we're going to say a safe 30. Yeah, which is amazing. And you're right, Adam. That Holstein Canada, I think, is going to be hosting the annual meeting next year, as opposed to a regular group, and it's going to be exciting. Just finished up out in BC.
Yeah, and I heard the show out there was a great cow show,
Oh,
great heifer show.
some of the pictures look just phenomenal. That Lambda Sadie cow was champion
Yeah,
after her great run in 2025.
and shows well supported. There was exhibitors all the way from Saskatchewan go out to that show. That's a day of the truck ride. But yeah, I think Sadie was a pretty easy cow for that day. Looks to be like a generational cow over time right now for the show ring for the next year or so. Going forward.
Isn't it nice to come to an event like this and forget about what's going on in the rest of the world?
Like how wet it is back home? Yeah,
Well,
it's fantastic.
I was thinking even a little broader than that.
Yeah, fair enough.
This is so much fun coming to an event like this, and the focus is on great animals and the great people who get them ready.
Just for the barn, got it.
Brett and Devin are taking a good look all the way down the line here, and I think every heifer in this class deserves it. It's a pretty consistent group all the way through. Pierre's getting pulled out. He's going to stay in first with the Unix heifer. Followed by Chomper with Major Alabama. And then Kernview Salute Abode.
Wow. These heifers are something else.
Yeah, they're kind of ready.
Seeing a pattern here. Ooh. Oh, and that's an Armbros, that fourth heifer.
Yeah, we didn't get to talk about
Her-
her, that number
yeah,
60.
The Petty Claire. Yeah. Oh, Butler View and Clark Valley owning her.
Yeah. Petticlerc Ambrose Burrito. Ambrose from Jacob's Capital Game Brillo, and I'm gonna assume that
That's
goes back to the Cow of the Year family.
Brittany and Babe.
Whitney,
both
Babe
in
and
there.
Brittany. Of course,
I
High
think
Octane Babe just announced Cow of the Year
Yeah.
for 2025 last week at the Holstein convention.
so. As Murray had counted, about 30 heifers in this class. That's and looking at them on your screen,
Just watching
they
them go.
deserve. Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's one that gets a nice jump there.
Yeah, for Jen Charlton with that 44.
Frank Haven, Major Brittany.
Yes. I wonder if Scarlett Fraser is home today or in school, or if she knows that Lady Glitter Sparkles is doing so well in this class. She's got about 5th, I think, right now, eh?
If she's not here, it would be her first question when she gets home from
Well,
school.
how did that heifer do? We've got Oxford Bovine Veterinary as the sponsor of the class. Jackpot, sponsored by Logan and Jordan Troop. And Best Bred and Owned is, again, Unique Designs. I think they're consistent in that role.
I like how he's got this class sorted out at the top of the class here. You got 2 black heifers that are very, very open and very sharp and dairy and deep and balanced all the way through. Heifers on down fit the same pattern. But the top 2 just a little crisper and a little more ready today maybe than the rest of them on down.
I'm assuming, looking at the group of showmen or show people we have here, that there's a lot of potential 4-H calves in this class as well, and they're getting sorted out today. Get some thoughts going amongst the young people. How the heifer handles, how she did in the show, all those good things.
Well, and you start off the year with doing well or a big win like this. It kind of puts a target on your back for the rest of the year.
Doesn't it, though?
And a little bit of pressure to keep that appearance up all year long. And they just, as they grow and change through the year, it's not always easy to keep them that way.
And isn't it fascinating, Adam, and you've seen so much of it, I'm sure, those animals that go through those transitions during a year, and they were really sweet hutch calves or, young calves, and then they go through that phase where you think, what am I doing? And then they turn around, and 3 months later, they're back, being what they appeared to be when they were really young as well.
Yeah, and it's a little difficult to predict when and how long they're going to go through something like
those
that.
Phases, yeah.
A couple of things you can look for to mitigate those kind of issues, like pure loin strength and strength in the crops and width all the way through will mitigate some of those things. But they do change and go through phases.
Yeah, and then you get the ones that are just pretty all the way through, or correct all the way through, and
those are the rare ones. Those are the 1%
yeah,
that look that way the whole life. The heifer from Echo Glen that won last year at Madison Royal as junior champion, she was an individual that never ever had a bad day. She was one of the more striking heifers I've seen in recent years.
Yes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to announce the winners in this large class of Holstein Fall Heifers. In 3rd place, ring number 49, Carnview Salute Abode, exhibited by Emily Vaughn and Harvdale Holsteins. In 2nd place, ring number 51, Souder Home Major, Alabama, exhibited by Chomper Cattle Company, Eberbrook Holsteins, Muriel and Martha Souder. And in 1st place, your class winner is ring number 46 from Clark Valley Holsteins and Butlerview, Dubu Unique Parisian, exhibited with Pierre Boulet on the halter. Now to our judge, Brent Howe, for his reasons on this large, beautiful class of fall heifers.
Ladies and gentlemen, this class deserves a really, really nice round of applause, if you please. Starting out the class, these two heifers come to the top. Both a lot of similarities about them, both balanced heifers. The heifer in the class wins the class. She's very feminine in her head. She's hard through her top. When you get behind her, she's got lots of width through her rump structure, width through her hooks, width through her pins, and she's got showing us a little more abundance and drop to her midsection today over a similar made calf here in second. The calf in second over the calf in third. She does so on her length. She is longer from her nose to her tail, through her midsection, and I prefer her head and neck. Heifer in second also walks on a nice set of feet and legs. Heifer in third over the heifer in fourth. A heifer has got a lot of balance here in third, open and deep through her midsection. She's very correct in the way she walks on her front feet, in particular over the calf in fourth, and stronger in her pastern. I prefer the way she walks more comfortably on those rear legs. Then a very open, deep calf here in fourth. Fourth over fifth, it's the added mass to the midsection, the added length that gets her over this calf that's really refined, very a fine thigh to her, very a clean bone to the leg on the calf coming out in fifth. This is a good class. Thank you so much.
Just the building blocks for an exciting junior championship class, aren't they?
Yeah, I'd say the top couple of heifers here might get yanked out for that, for this first consideration for sure.
We would think so.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have a very pleasant duty here this morning, and I'd like to introduce you to a couple of people that have supported our dairy youth for a number of years, and I'm going to invite Ken and Marie McNabb from
top two heifers,
Kalamlee Holsteins up in New Hamburg
longer
to
through
come
their
over
heads
and
and
join me here at
neck than the ones on down below. And that body length and that dariness is going to be key for him throughout the day as he speaks to it very often.
And Murray is now doing congratulations and thanks to Ken and Marie McNabb from Kalamlee Farms at New Dundee for their support of the Dairy Youth Trust Fund here in Ontario. Well over $1 million has been raised in total. Supports a lot of youth activities.
Gathering information, and that conference will be held here in Canada in 4 years, I believe. 3 years, okay. So in 2029, we're going to be hosting right here. So not only have they contributed to the development.
Okay, we've got the Jersey class coming into the ring, and we'll give you some information on these heifers as other activities go on in the ring. Let's go with, and I think that is 67, that's coming right onto your screen now. That is Carnation Gold Marshmallow from Derek Carn at Carn Villa, another iteration of Carn Villa. She's a Dulé Goldorak. She's out of a very good 89 max score Choco Chip, Avonlea Choco Chip. Very good 88 viral behind that, then a Leechland cow by Tequila, who's excellent, and we go right back into the K family at Avonlea. Leeches have done a great job working with that. 68 is, was just on your screen. 69, we'll go with that. We'll find her. This is a Willow Creek, we're going pretty quick here. She was an educated guess. That's there. What do we got here? Yeah, she's just leaving the screen right now. And Educated Guess, he's a premier out of Indiana Grace. She's got a very good 89 video dam with big production and goes back to an 87-point signature and then some Sultan breeding as well. So that's that. 70 in your ring right now is Valley Folt's Victoria's Secret, another Victoria's daughter, Adam. This one owned by Plum Valley, Hidden View, and Mason Buckley. And she would have come from a very successful sale that the Foltz family had in March, middle of March. And we've got some underground breeding from the Crothers. And boy, I like that heifer.
I like that name.
Yeah, Victoria's Secret. It's kind of reminds us of another a company.
That's a famous brand.
Yes, 71 is a Lothman heifer. She's a Choco Chip, and she is Lothman CC Trina. She has got a very good 86 Joel dam with the Drentex prefix, then excellent Colton's Getaways, lots of type behind this heifer as well. So she's 71 on your screen and a most appealing heifer as well. We'll see if we can catch some of these other heifers as we're going along here. Nikki is just doing the job. There's a nice heifer in the middle of the ring there. That's the Clark Valley heifer that Pierre Boulet is showing. And, well, she's just having a little moment right now.
They're having a chat.
Yeah. She is an Avonlea Chips Canadian Club. She's out of a heifer that did really well as a cow that did really well as a heifer, Oak Ridge Victorious Billie Jean. And this heifer is a direct descendant of none other than Duncan Bell, the change agent in the last 30 to 35 years in the breed. I think that's a maker heifer by CC Chrome, again, out of a Gunman dam. Yeah, we've got the Chrome dam, who is excellent. Then we've got a Gunman. Then we've got a 95-point Vivitar, excellent 92 Jude as well. So lots of excellence behind that Chrome heifer, Maker C Alphabet, who is learning to keep her tail down there.
I think you mentioned Duncan Bell there. I think if you don't know who Duncan Bell is, you don't know what cows are.
Yeah.
From any breed.
She came onto the scene in the late 1980s, but really the 1990s, early years were her moment to become known. And she is in so many pedigrees all over the world in the Jersey breed today. She was bred in Cedar Crest Farms in Fonsdale, Alabama, and from a very deep cow family there as well. The Rankins had one of the world's most famous Jersey herds in a very, very isolated point. So location's important, but I guess if you build it, they'll come. and everybody showed up at Rankins to buy breeding stock. So tremendously famous. Duncan Bell would have been their shining glory, but they contribute a lot of influential cows to the breed. Generators Topsy, Generators Imp, all through the decades.
So 68, they're coming in. That's certified Victorious Calypso. A Victorious from Perennial Maverick Cash. Sandy McGillivray on the halter, bred and owned by him.
Oh, and she goes back to the, well, I was going to say the Kitty. It is actually the Kitty line eventually at Avonlea, or the K family, that famous
Renaissance
cow family. Yeah.
How many generations of excellence are there?
Oh, there's 7 and 8 generation excellent groups all over the place in that family, now working on their 9th or 10th as well. And they're good productive animals, and they just breed really true as well.
Was it not two sisters? It was Kitty and Cookie, correct?
Cookie would have been a later animal. Kitty was Avonlea Valiant Kitty, who was on the go in the mid-80s, 85, somewhere in that range. Cookie would be about a granddaughter of hers, or a great-granddaughter. The Renaissance Cookie cow. was an incredible brood cow. But the branches, they've gone to so many different countries, like embryos have moved to other countries, and the success that people know.
Well, Valiant Kitty, was that the white switch cow?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. That Jennifer would have shown in at Louisville in the junior
Yeah.
shows down there.
She tells me often she still gets enamored whenever she sees a cow with a
White
white
switch.
jersey with a white switch.
Jennifer is a little bit of a fanatic about white switches, and for good cause. Kitty was just an outstanding power source of a cow as well. So that's that family.
We talked
Jenna-
about 61, Mix and Moose, educated guest.
She is across the ring there. She's by the Rapid Bay Educated Guest Bull. She's out of a 92-point Colton, who was bred at Charlene. Then there's an excellent impression behind her and a couple more generations of high very goods. So that's that heifer that's just leaving the screen.
We just made a poll. We got Sandy coming in first.
And that's a Victorious daughter out of a unique Maverick dam.
How you like my
Interesting.
camera skills there, Russell?
Yeah, you. Nikki, I think you found a new part-time employee here. 63 is a heifer we didn't get to talk about. She's a golden heifer. She's a joyride, a River Valley joyride, out of a 93-point Victorious dam.
Boy, they had some great success with Joyride in that herd, didn't they?
They certainly did, and there's about 4 or 5, at least 5 more generations of excellence behind that Victorious cow, who indeed is 93. So that's an E family.
Joyride semen, it's near impossible to find nowadays, is it
Yes, yes. Very rare. He had a, he was, I think, an okay producer of semen, but the demand was so extreme, and the bull was one of those that no longer lived in a stall, so it became quite incredible. Kind of like St. Lo Video, another bull that is incredible demand and limited supply. Oh yeah, Joyride. There was a market for thousands more doses of semen on that bull. So that is your lineup in the summer yearling jerseys. And again, yep, sure. Yes.
Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that we do still have tickets available for the Mega Mula draw that will be happening tomorrow. If you're interested in being part of this exciting opportunity to win a heifer, your choice of a group of heifers, make sure that you get yourself a ticket right here this morning. Vicki Evans here is here. Vicki will be wandering around through the crowd throughout the day, and if you're interested in being part of Mega Moolah, make sure you see Vicki and get your ticket. There's only 200 tickets sold, so you have a 1 in 200 chance, Russell, which I think is a lot better than most lotteries you'd win.
Well, Murray's just explaining to the folks here about the Mega Moolah situation, but I bet if you contacted somebody involved with the show, you might still be able to buy a ticket. In any event, ring number 63 has been moved up. That's the Joyride heifer we were recently talking about from the Burgess family, and the certified heifer from Sandy McGilvery is second at the moment, and then Jenna Elliott's 61 Mixing Moves Educated Guess Amelia at the moment is lined up third.
Attention to our exhibitors. All entries in class and the Holstein Center should be monitored now. Class numbers, Holstein Center should In our Jersey heifer class, the results are in. We'd like to announce that ring number 61, Mix and Moo's Educated Guess, Emily, is placed in third. Ring number 68, the entry of Sandy McGilvery, Certified Victorious Calypso, placed second. And your class winner is ring number 63, Golden Joyride Emmy, exhibited by Golden Jerseys. Now to our judge, Jeff Stevens, for his reasons on the class. Jeff?
Really nice class of summer yearlings here. I think we have two heifers that kind of float to the top of the class. When you view these two heifers, when you get in front of these heifers, that's where the split is there. This first place heifer, just more chest width, little stands a little wider through her chest and her stance through her front. But a heifer that's got that long dairy angular cut, nice springer rib. Our heifer that falls in second, as I said, just off the widener through her chest floor, just change her up through there. But a heifer, when you see her from the side, a heifer that's got lots of midsection volume, she kind of nip pits in with the one in the front there that's got that extra balance all the way through, then over the next heifer that falls out in third and fourth. Third and fourth, very similar heifers. Third place heifer, youngest heifer in the class today, but a heifer for me that just a little nicer up through her chine. A heifer just kind of has a little nicer movement through her rear flank and her rear legs today than the heifer that's going to follow out in fourth. Fourth place heifer, definite advantage in the cleanness of bone and the way she sets down through her hock over the heifer that follows out in fifth today. Congratulations.
Nice cast Clausa Russell, and looks like a distinct grouping there between the top two, and then there's a bit of a spread in
change in style or pattern.
Age and development, I think, more as much as anything.
Yeah, because that's the youngest one, the third heifer, isn't it?
And as he mentioned, that
Jeff mentioned,
it's a good thing that he did, and that helps us understand.
Is a fairness, yes. But yeah, the first two are pretty darn consistent in their
very similar,
in their
just
cut.
As he talked that with the chest when he made that switch from first to second.
For those of you marking your catalog and the Jersey
Summer Yearlings
class,
are
class
entering the
number
ring
5,
now.
Starting at the top of your program down, ring number 61, place third. Ring number 62, place seventh. Ring number 63 was your class winner, Golden Joyride Emmy for Golden Jerseys. Ring number 65, placed 5th. Ring number 66, placed 8th. Ring number 67, placed 10th. Ring number 68, placed 2nd, Certified Victorious Calypso for Sandy McGilvery. Ring number 69, placed 6th. Ring number 70, placed 4th. And ring number 71, placed 9th.
Well,
Class now coming into the ring is class number 6, your Holstein Summer Yearlings.
Well, we've got the summer yearlings, and I think from seeing the first 2 or 3 already, Adam, I think this is going to be quite a class.
Oh, you ain't kidding. You ain't kidding.
So we've
really love this heifer here in the first.
She's
Petitclerc Anish Paula by Progenesis Anish from Petitclerc Unix, Panama.
Look at that. And Clark Valley, Butler View, and Pierre Boulay all sharing ownership on, oh my goodness, she's just kind of breathtaking.
Yeah, she
in
is.
The reel.
Anish is a bullseye son from Lambda Alanis. Cow with a lot of genetics and available in AI, and I think a cow is going to really make her stamp in the breed going forward.
Oh my. 73 is a really appealing heifer as well. She's Echo Glen prefix, but owned by Beckridge and Quality. She's got a very good Tattoo Dam, then a very good 88 Wyndham, and then an excellent 90 Fever. I think we've seen somebody related to her already today.
Yeah, and she was one of the top sellers in the Clark Valley sale earlier this spring. What a heifer.
And understandably, eh?
They got a pretty good driver on the halter there, too. He's no stranger, Eric DePasquier.
This is 74. Coming next, we're going to get some details on this Canossum heifer.
Canossum A2P2 Glee and A2P2 from Canossum Dorman Gucci.
And so she's got Dorman, she's got Sid with a Kingsway prefix, and then Fever again with an excellent Fever cow behind there. And I think we've got the return of Chompers here, have we? With number 75.
Yep. Red Carpet Eye Maximum Disco. Hodgland Maximum Red from Milk Source Attica Red.
Let's see if we can. Yeah, and that goes back to Apple as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in the female line. 76. Oh, Freaky Girl, a daughter of Freaky Girl. This is a sidekick. She's owned by Grace Finch. Her dam is Lingle Gold Freaky Girl, 93. Then there's a 94 Dundee, and then a 93 Point Outside. And I think Freaky Girl had a pretty big moment in the
she won a Classic Madison.
in the center of the ring. This is a nicely developed heifer too, and she is a sidekick.
Then 77, a Holstein Canada breeding number, Alpha Oxford, and Alpha from a Warrior. Goes back to
yes.
Goes back to Ocalibra.
Yes,
Switzerland.
exactly. Through Australia, which is kind of interesting. The Cochrane family at Parabel being involved in here, and she's actually got a name now, I guess, Parabel-I Alpha Oxford. So she's got even more of a
number.
It does.
Nice open rib heifer.
Mm. Mm. 78. We've got the return of the Coleman family at Bridgeview. Just looking at my notes here. See if we can. A Delta Lambda out of a master.
That's a cross that makes sense. A lot like
Yeah.
Lambda and Dorn.
Yeah.
Dareness and of Lambda and the strength of Master. $79, another Holstein Canada number, Alpha Oakley Red, Alpha from a Warrior. This is Parabel again.
Yes, another sister.
Yeah.
Another full sister to that descendant of Ocalibra. The 97 Point Wonder Cow. You could look at her pictures all day long.
That cow I really wish I could have seen in the flesh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She looked like she deserved every one of those 97 points anyway.
Mm-hmm.
At least that many.
Don't let us give any more yet.
Yeah.
Maybe someday there'll be one that deserves it. We'll decide who that is. It'd be a controversial decision either way.
There'll be so many classifiers involved in that visit. Coming onto the screen now is number 80, again from the Canossum Holstein herd, Patience Salute Sunfire. She is a Hamming Salute daughter out of a Crush Time dam who is very good 88. And then we've got a 86 Point dam. And we're going back to Lazenza, actually, if you go back far enough, the Belfast Goldwyn Lazenza.
Oh, yeah.
If you dig deep enough in this pedigree.
She won the Royal as a junior 2-year-old.
Exactly.
And then on back to Lyle Z behind that, which is the family that produced Delta Lambda.
There we are. 81. Oh, with a budge on prefix on her, a Liquid Courage daughter. Oh, and a granddaughter of Blexy as well for the Goodwill family up at Storybrooke Holsteins. So she's a Genosource Liquid Courage on the one side and Blexy on the bottom side with that Crush daughter in between Budweiser, who's pretty well-known cow.
I think we're going to see this cow from the top shelf of the class here somewhere.
Yeah. She is
very smooth, very well blended, sharp, angular calf.
Coming onto the screen now is Darling Legend Fruit Loops from Rebecca Doble. She's a blonde and legend out of a dam named Floozy, which is kind of cool. And there's who might have been an excellent Aftershock, according to my notes, and then a very good Winbrook one-star brood cow behind that. So Winbrook, then Aftershock, then Blonde and Legend.
A lot of strength and breeding back behind there.
83. Oh, a Carn View. This one is owned by Caden Wanacott, and she is a Blondin Energy out of Walnut Lawn, Abbott, Summerlove, and that would indicate to you a full sister to Sidekick.
Oh, Oh, isn't
Yeah,
that interesting?
yeah. And a Willsboro Abbott out of McCutcheon Summer.
Hmm.
And sired
Nice.
by Blondin Energy, this heifer, who
Nice heifer too, worth a few
Yeah.
looks. Confident Nadia on the halter.
she's showing the odd animal
Mm-hmm.
to great success. 84. Oh, Carnview at home, Major Denham. We've got some story on her. She's obviously a by Robella Major. Now, she's out of a Hodgland dam, that Octane Delta. And I did make some notes on this cow, so I just got to... Oh, here we are. Yeah, a high octane, and then a 92-point gold win, and then that Donette cow at Hodgland as well.
Oh, Dundee Donette.
Yes,
She had a great show
exactly.
career there. Yep.
This is a big, strong, long-bodied heifer with some depth. 85 is Carnview Master Major. We've got a very good 86 Tattoo, and then a cow known as Cookview Goldwyn Monique.
Wow.
I think she wore a 96-point score and sold for big bucks once
Sold
or
for
twice
big,
in
big
her
money
life.
and was a bridesmaid at a few big shows.
Yes. 86.
Del Creek plead the fifth.
Oh, yes.
We all know who this heifer is.
She was
Had
an
a pretty good day
All-Canadian last year, first
Yeah.
at the Royal. A master daughter out of a 92-point Lotus, the excellent 91 Del Creek Fatal Attraction, possibly the most famous daughter of Dusk.
Yep, certainly.
And then an 89-point Gibson, kind of
John-
like a consistent Del Creek pedigree there.
Consistent Del Creek and
Naming-
innovative naming scheme there too. Yeah,
Always
it's a good marketing tool he
Yes.
uses there to make you remember his animals.
remember exactly. 88.
Carnview Eye Candy Mindy, Eye Candy from Carnview Mastermind.
And Mastermind. Oh, this one goes back to Monique as well. There's an 88-point Lambda, and then eventually gets to the Cookview cow.
Mm-hmm. And Monique's dam.
Yes,
Not a high-scored cow.
you're correct.
But Monique herself was obviously a stellar individual.
Was a cross that just seemed to work, didn't it? Oh, Appalachian EYCY, I think
Eye
that stands
candy.
for eye candy, a tango, who was an alligator, and then we go orangutan, abracadabra, and alley.
Orangutan,
this
great breeding
beautifully-
cow from Kingsway.
Oh, we have a red animal here now. Blondin Alpha Whippet, a heifer that's been known already. Third last year at the Royal in the red and white show. Honorable mention All-Canadian. Very good 86 Morand, and then a very good 85 Dorman. And I believe Mr. Grandy is the owner of this heifer.
Yeah, and I think that heifer looks a little better this year than last
Yes.
year. Holy
She has
gosh, looks
developed,
nice
hasn't
today.
she?
Yep.
Kind of exciting. And we have one more to show you in this grouping. This is an Echo Glen heifer, now owned by Beckridge and Quality. She is a Golden Oaks Master out of a Comrie bred Unix as well, who I think was 94 points.
Nice cut
Indeed,
calf
she
too.
was. Yeah. So the McNaughtons have their influence here on that. And did Murray? Did you do a class number check on this class, or would you? You're very good at it. Oh, Adam's going to come up with a number.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we have
I'm going to guess between
an
20 and
opportunity
25
here,
in here.
would like to update the
Nice
Holstein
safe range
Fall
there,
Heifer
Adam.
calf class. That was a large class of 31.
I can go safer. There's
If
more
you
than
wanna
one, less than
follow
100.
along in your catalog. 29 placed 31st.
Ish.
30 placed 10th. 31 placed 22nd. 32 placed 21st. 33 was 15th. 34 placed 6th. 35 placed 27. 36 placed 13th. 37 placed 9th. 38 was 11th. 39 was 29th. 40 placed 25th. 41 placed 28th. 42 placed 14th. 43 placed 7th. 44 placed 12th. 45 was 20th. Ring number 46, your class winner, Duhaibu Unix Persian, exhibited by Clark Valley Holsteins and Butler View Farm. Ring number 47 placed 19th. 48 was 26th. 49 was 3rd. 50 placed 18th. 51 placed 2nd. 52 was 23rd. 53 was 5th. 54 was 24th. 55 placed 8th. 56 placed 16th. 57 was 17th. 58 was 30. 59, 31, and ring number 60 placed 4th. Total of 31 entries in that large class. We're now into Holstein
It's
Summer
like
Yearling.
Brent's taking a really hard look
class
here,
number
Russell.
6.
He wants to make sure he gets his first 5 the way he wants it.
And though, wow, selecting the first 5 out of this group could be a quite a moment. It'd be the kind of thing where you'd like to get them in beside each other too at some, you know what I mean? And he
Well,
will.
sometimes you just wait and let your gut
Okay.
tell you what to
You
do.
do.
Sometimes I think
First impressions.
first impressions and maybe don't overthink it.
That was one of the lessons I learned in 4-H was first impressions. The one thing we do know is that those first 5 are going to be really, really good.
Yeah, I got 5 in my mind. We'll see if my 5 end up in there or not. Not to take anything away from the rest of them.
Mm.
This is a pretty good class.
You'll notice too, and folks at home wouldn't necessarily be able to pick up on this, but it gets quiet in here when we get one of these classes, and we know that there's a lot of thinking going on with the.
Yeah, it's dead
judge.
silence. Everyone's
It
waiting to
gets
see that
everybody
first. And
exactly.
everyone on the halter's paying more attention to the judges than their own heifer right now. Hoping to get the pull. And here comes Eric with his first one.
I'm sure she was on your list too.
Yep,
Yeah.
she might have been the first one. And then the red heifer I kind of went on and on about here. There she comes. Then in third we have Liquid Courage from Bud John out of Budweiser.
Another heifer that you liked.
72, yep. Youngest heifer in the class, born in August.
Oh, yeah, and there's that heifer that Bridget's showing that you had a fondness for as well. I think you had some lovely comments about her.
Yeah. I was actually asked to lead that heifer, but here I am with you.
Well, we appreciate your devotion to the cause.
Yeah.
But I believe you are going to don, is it tomorrow you're going to don the whites?
Tomorrow I have a 4-year-old that I bred that's in the quality string that I'll be showing. That I'm pretty proud of. So
You'll get a hall pass for that then.
I appreciate that, Russell. But if it wasn't gonna get a hall pass, I was just gonna go anyway.
Well, you seem very determined when you mentioned it this morning, so we'll brace ourselves. Yeah. Wow.
Tremendous angularity and spring and openness rib. These top 4 or 5, even 6 of them down there. Dairy, flat bone, balanced, beautiful heads and necks. To look this good this early in the year, it's where they got to be now.
Oh, the Echo Glen mastery works again. Yeah. Oh. And I quite agree with you that Whippet heifer has really, she was a very, very nice heifer last year, but boy, she is.
Yeah, she had a good winter. Yeah. You know, living at Clark Valley there, they do just a tremendous job. It's a tremendous setup and very, very smart and intelligent critical eyes looking at those cows all the time between Adam and Derek.
Yes.
Derek specializing in the milk cows and Adam back and forth between there and his where all the show heifers are down at his place. They really do a super job, and they're kind of riding on. They've just been borderline unbeatable with what they've done the last few years.
That is a very impressive new heifer barn there as well. That the green spot, which will only keep the whole process going. Oh, some really, really intense looks here.
Mm-hmm. So the day before the sale up there was a car tour through Ontario County, and of course everyone landed into Derek's place where the cows are, and everybody was shocked to see that autumnal Unix Hermione just stands in a tie stall like all the rest of the cows. And when people were asking, well, where's her box stall? And Derek says, no, that's where she lives. She's there, and she goes out in the yard with the rest of them, and that's what she does. And just tribute to how good that cow is to not need that pampering every day, to live with like the rest of the cows do. Derek's very proud of that cow for that reason.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting on the day she was classified that she was standing there in the stall, with everybody else.
Yeah.
They maybe moved one cow out of the way so they could take some pictures, but that would have been about it. Oh, we had a slight switch here. The Goodwill's, that Bud John heifer, has been moved up. The Liquid Courage has been moved up to second. Oh my goodness. That one is an August heifer, that fourth heifer.
Yeah.
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 I knew you'd mentioned she was the youngest one in the class by quite a bit.
Yeah, she's
2
born
months.
2nd of August she's born. Yep.
I bet there's times when that 5th prize heifer could be winning shows at places too.
I'm sure there'll be some
Yeah,
shows
yeah,
here
but
this year that she will win.
Yeah. Oh my. But that first one is, oh.
Yeah, she's a standout today for sure. So
Mm.
just as impressive from the front as she is from the back.
Quality. Oh my gosh, there are some amazing heifers in what we're seeing right on the screen here that are like 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th.
I think these top 4 we could see
Yeah.
top 4 at the Royal.
Well, mm-hmm. Again, it's always fascinating to hear a judge's reasons after he has pulled out those top 5 or so for conversation.
I think he's going to talk at length about how close this top group is. I think the first one is a little bit out on her own, but then the rest, I think it's pretty close here. And of course, that's why it took so much time bringing him in his first poll, because he knew it was going to be he'd be splitting hairs to sort them out.
Just keep that about 4 inches away from your mouth. A little more distance, Brent. I mean the microphone in your mouth.
Yeah, I think on this side.
A little more distance. It's pretty mumbled.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to announce the winners in our Holstein Summer Yearling class. Placing 3rd in the class is ring number 90, Blondin Alpha Whippet Red, exhibited by Ronald Grandy. In 2nd place, Bud John L. Courage Boston, exhibited by Storybrooke Holsteins. And your class winner, Echo Glen Master Irina, exhibited by Beckridge Holsteins. Now we'll pass the microphone over to our judge, Brent Howe, for his reasons on this outstanding class of Summer Yearlings.
Well, once again, a really, really high quality class here in our Summer Yearlings. Let's give them a round of applause, if you will, please. Pair of heifers are very, very similar nature coming out on the top of this class. The heifer winning the class, I believe, is a July heifer, and she just completely puts it all together for us today. She's a high style heifer. She's a heifer with a lot of length about her. Beautiful open turn to her rib. She's got width all the way throughout. She just captivates your eyesight anywhere she is in the ring. And she's got that advantage over the heifer in 2nd. She's a little longer through her midsection. I like her just a touch better in her hock as well than the heifer in 2nd here. High style heifer once again. The heifer in 2nd over the heifer in 3rd. She got the bump in line. I prefer the width through her chest. I prefer the way she walks on her front feet, places them more comfortably. When you get behind them, she has more drop and more depth to her rear flank, more spring of rib from behind over this really long-bodied heifer in third. Over the heifer in fourth, she's got more width in her rump structure when you get in behind them. She's long from her hooks to her pins. She's long from her nose to tail. Over a real feminine, pretty calf here in fourth. Fourth over fifth, I prefer the bone quality in her hock region and the way she handles her feet and legs. Puts them down just a touch more comfortably than another real dairy heifer with a big open turn to her rib in fifth. Very nice class of calves. Again, congratulations.
And so now we've heard.
Yeah, really,
Yeah.
really strong set of reasons there. And
Yes.
you mentioned how close they were and how similar they are in their makeup. And the second heifer or the third heifer, a little more width of chest and spring to her rib, and that's getting very, very nitpicky too. So,
But that's what you have to do with,
Yep.
with the closeness of these,
Yep.
the caliber of these animals
mm-hmm.
that are being presented.
Agreed. And the first heifer, she's not the oldest heifer in the class either. She's born in July. So just
So yeah,
you don't need to be the biggest, oldest heifer in the class anymore. You just have to be the one that's right, because everything in the breed is pretty well grown enough.
mm. Well, that was exciting.
Yeah, that was a good group, really good group. Yeah.
I would assume this next class could come into the ring.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we await the next class into the ring, we'd like to introduce our Jersey judge, Mr. Jeff Stevens from Troy, Ontario. Jeff is an internationally respected official judge of all dairy breeds, having judged at county, state, national, and international shows across North America and Europe. A highlight of his judging career includes 2007. He was the showmanship judge for the TD Canadian 4-H Dairy Classic. He was also the official judge at the 2012 National Jersey Show, the 2024 National Ayrshire Show, and the 2023 Red and White Show at the Royal. Jeff resides in Troy, Ontario with his wife and 2 daughters next to the family farm where he grew up, and he operates Stevens Genetics. Renowned for his eye of elite cattle, Jeff has achieved recognition for developing and marketing high-quality animals. A career highlight was way back some 25 years ago now, in 2021, when he and his family exhibited Yellowbriar Jolly, who was named Grand Champion Ayrshire at both World Dairy Expo and the Royal Winter Fair. Jeff has continued to select, develop, and sell numerous cattle, including standout animals such as Silver Dream Major Tootsie, Armcrest Select Bandana, Shady Rail Master Clover, Unique Dempsey Cheers, Freyland Dorman Bonnie, Vanderburg Amadeo Gorgeous, and we'll all know her in the Jersey breed, and Glen Islay Fairy Tale. Currently, Jeff is a semen salesman for Blondin Sires at Rapid Bay Jerseys here in Western Ontario. While the farm was sold in 2016, Jeff continues to operate a small select cow-calf operation of purebred Angus with his daughter. In recent years, Jeff and his daughter have found success within the show ring, winning Grand Intermediate Heifer Calf at the 2022 Royal Winter Fair. After graduating from university, Jeff ventured out on his own as a cattle fitter and cattle agent. A great supporter of 4-H and our industry and fellow farmers, Jeff always gives back to this industry in so many ways, and He is a driving force behind one of the great sales in our industry that just took place in Stratford at Canadian Dairy Expo, and that's Calves for a Cause. What a wonderful, wonderful sale this is that supports the London Children's Hospital with the excellent cattle that Jeff
We're
has
back,
selected.
and first heifer
Judd
in the ring
volunteers
is
his
Maker
time
Knox
in,
Copper. She's a cash-in Knox. He's a Joel son out of a, and I get my notes here, out of a very good 89 Alum Rockwell daughter with 10,000 kilograms of milk. Then we've got a gangster daughter, 88 points, a young cow that was shown at Ontario Summer Show to great success a couple of years back. Excellent 91 Vivitar there as well. This heifer is one of the Mega Moolah heifers, that first heifer shown by Ms. DePasquet. 93 is the Leechland entry, again from that K family at Avonlea. She is a daughter of Avonlea Chip Cranksma Tractor. Jennifer Vandermeulen's naming prowess coming in there. She's got a very good Ferdinand Dam, then a very good, excellent 93 River Valley Victorious, 92 Colton, very good Minister. It just goes on in that K family. And she's exhibited by Colin and Karen Leach. Who have we got on the screen now? Is that 94 that's on the screen?
Yep, 94.
That is the Riverdown and Allerway combination, R.A. Andreas Vialis. She is a Sunset Canyon Andreas. She's out of a Colton, then an excellent Tequila, and then the 95-point Big Guns Jamaica Vanilla, who's been an incredible brood cow in the breed. Eric DePasquet is just coming onto the screen now with Maker SS Chit Chat, a Maker Choco Chip sideshow, again out of that S family we talked about earlier. And the dam is Maker Christmas Crack, excellent 92 Vivitar daughter. And then the Maker Gammon Caboose Supreme, excellent 94-point cow behind that with phenomenal lifetime production. So that's the heifer Eric DePasquet is showing.
That's a beautiful framed heifer.
She is really quite something.
Mm-hmm.
96, John Kingdon has Charlene E.G. Rowdy. She's again by that Rapid Bay educated guess bull. She's got an excellent Colton Dam, a very good 87 Habit Grand Dam, then a very good 88 Jamaica, the kind of high type we would anticipate from Charlene jerseys up in Forest, Ontario.
Jeepers, that's a tough. That's a. Oh.
Isn't that something?
That's a nice heifer.
Yep.
Wow.
Educated Guess is one of the young bulls in the Rapid Bay program, and I'm thinking he is the premier son.
You'd know better than I would.
Yes, well, sometimes. She is just really attracts attention. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, quite. Yeah, she's quite something.
97 coming onto your screen is a Painside Game Changer daughter. Her name is Maker G.C. Ramona. She is out of an excellent Viral, who is out of an excellent Chimerica. So a couple of some nice pedigree depth on that heifer shown by Lainey Fraser. And we've got one more to introduce to you. And there she is, Jenna Elliott with Mix and Moves Respect Rihanna. This heifer is by a bull called Allum Quinn Respect, who was known as good production and very good mammary systems as well. Gentry Dam, 92-point showdown, and then an excellent Colton as well behind that. We've had some of that family in the ring already from the Elliots.
Yeah, and
as
that's
well.
a beautiful
Jenna,
heifer.
she is very.
This isn't a big class heifer, but boy, it's a good one.
Yeah, there's some really smashing good heifers in here, so it'll be fun for Jeff to evaluate them.
Well, I've got a top three.
And
I think I maybe we'll compare notes afterwards. Yeah. Oh. Yes. Yes. I think I agree with Jeff. I just want to see what order they're in there, for sure.
Oh, he's got the Leechland heifer first, I believe.
Mm-hmm. And then that
And then
heifer
Charlene.
from Charlene. And then the heifer Eric was showing. I think he's doing all right.
Yeah, the Leechland heifer, she's just out horsing everything here
Yeah.
today. Wow.
Yeah, as correct as that second heifer is, there's just, wow, look at that.
There's a lot of development in that first heifer. Hard to get around.
There have
And
been
be that correct.
so many good animals for not a massive herd of Jerseys that the Leaches have. There's been so many good animals from that K family, their branch of that K family. They have done some masterful breeding work and then looking after them afterwards
Well,
too.
he's a pretty thoughtful breeder. He's you get him alone and talk to him. He really looks back in cow families a lot. He pays more attention to that than the numbers, and it seems to work for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you marking your catalog,
Always fun at this time of year to speculate if you're
We
seeing
have the
a
complete results for you.
a
Ring
slight
number
preview
72
of some of the
placed
Royal Winter
fourth.
Fair. Again, we talked
Ring
about how
number
heifers can
73 was
change,
your
but
class
you know,
winner, Echo Glen Master Irina for Beckridge Holstein.
Yeah, and then you can reach back and yeah, I knew when I first saw her she was going to be something. Ha, you know.
I
told you so.
Ring number 76.
Like licorice, I told you so.
Ring number 77, place 6th. Ring number 78, place 17th. Ring number 14, ring number 79, place 14th. And the full name here is Parallel Alpha Oakley Red. Ring number 80, place 16th. Ring number 81 was 2nd for Storybrooke Holsteins. Ring number 82 was 12th. Ring number 83, placed 10th. 84, placed 7th. 85, placed 9th. 86, placed 8th. 88, placed 11th. 89, placed 13th. Ring number 90 was 3rd for Ronald Grandy, Blondin Alpha Whippet Red, and ring number 91, placed 5th. A total of 19 entries in our Holstein Summer Yearling class.
Charlene, 96, 95.
We have the results in our Jersey Spring Yearling class. In 3rd place is ring number 95, Maker SS Chit Chat, exhibited by Maker Farms Incorporated. 2nd goes to Charlene Jerseys on Charlene E.G. Rowdy. And your class winner, ring number 93, Leechland Minnie Mouse K, exhibited by Colin and Karen Leach. And we'll pass the microphone over to Jeff Stevens for his reasons on the Jersey Spring Yearlings. Jeff?
Really nice class here, the top end of this class. I think we have a definitely handy winner here, heifer that exhibits that dairiness and length of frame and openness of rib. A heifer, when she gets out and moves, is very correct and comfortable on her legs. And I think that's where it kind of takes over the next two heifers. Heifer, for me, just has that more comfort from front to rear legs on the next two heifers. But our next heifer falls in quite nicely on her angularity, her dairiness, and her quality all the way through. I just prefer the angles to this heifer and the flatness of rib. Then the heifer that's going to follow is 3rd. 3rd place, big powerful heifer. Heifer that's got more substance, more rib section. Heifer's just got more length from end to end, and the heifer that falls out in 4th. 4th and 5th, very similar heifers. I just prefer the 4th place heifer just up through her chine and the way she kind of moves up through her front end over the heifer that falls out in 5th today. Congratulations.
Can we quote you on that?
Yeah,
I think that is a new one. I've heard about animals that walk like a kitten, but yeah, a cat on top of a fence. And on top of a fence. That is a great recommendation for that heifer. Probably doesn't hurt to have Julie Anderson on the halter either.
Yeah, she's a great show person. That's no secret. She does a fantastic job.
I think that's...
That heifer's making both of them look good.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the complete results in class number 7, the spring yearlings. Ring number 92 placed 7th. Ring 93 was your class winner, Leechland Minnie Mouse K for Colin and Karen Leach. Ring number 94 placed 5th. Ring number 95 was 3rd. Ring number 96, Charlene E.G. Rowdy for Charlene Jerseys placed 2nd. Ring number 97 placed 6th. And ring number 98 placed 4th. Class coming into the ring now will be class number 8, Holstein Spring Yearlings. Again, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Smith and Holsteins from Oxford County. Our jackpot winner is Sean Boy's Livestock Transport, and our best bred known sponsored by Unique Designs. Class number 6, Holstein Spring Yearlings.
Now, spring units coming in. There's 18 entered in this class.
And a very interesting pedigree on the first heifer into the ring as well. She's Lehu Anish Topline, again by Progenesis Anish. Her dam is a 92-point Dorman who had a daughter named Lehu Victor Topage.
Oh, that was Junior Champion of the Royal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think lives at Butler View, or I think that's where she moved.
She sold at the Butler View
sale
and
to.
Where is she now? I'm drawing a blank on it. But
Excellent question. Then you've got a 94-point Goldwyn and a 93-point dam behind that as well. So this heifer is owned by Creek Edge Farms and Donovan Martin.
If you own that top page cow and you're wondering why I don't know where she is, my apologies. But at least she went 89 as a
We
2-year-old.
could call Mike Deaver over. I'm sure he knows where she went.
Yeah.
This is 100. Who is the Blondin Salute Cavalcade. She went through the College Classic sale and is now owned by a combination of Marquet Holsteins and Windknoll Holsteins. She's again by that Salute Bull we talked about earlier. 86 Destiny Dam, 92-point Sidekick, and then the 95-point Cheers.
Oh, there's
another
Cheers
descendant of Cheers.
making her presence
coming
known
here.
now.
Yep. So one of the better sellers in the College Classic sale as well. I think around $9,000, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, for good reason. Good heifer.
Lothmans and the Martins got together and pooled their resources. So yeah, we've mentioned Salute has got quite a classification story on the first 38 anyway.
Yeah.
Time will tell, as it always does. 102. This is the Noom family with their animal, Marflow Acres. She's again by that Mystique Armor. We saw a daughter from Echo Glen, or at Echo Glen already, and a Master Dam on this heifer as well. Marflow Acres has made some really interesting cows, animals.
Eckstein, the quality, they had a pretty good Damien cow.
Yes.
Did well at some shows for them. Won at Summer Show a few years ago.
Here's a heifer you'll like, the Butler View Alpha Love Red, owned by Braemont Holsteins and Mount Elgin Dairy. Her dam is a Juniper prefix, an altitude, but then we go to Premium Apple Crisp Lily, 2-time national champion at the Royal Winter Fair and an exceptionally successful World Dairy Expo career too.
Yes, a famous
the
red
cow
cow.
bred in Quebec. Yeah, that went to Butler View. 104 is one of the here we have a Eye Candy daughter, Carnview Eye Candy Bedazzle. She's out of Ducat Impression Becca, who is out of Freyland Dorman Bonnie.
Ah, there's the Bonnie situation
Bonnie
again.
family again. And a heifer that's pretty easy to like.
Oh, God, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nobody has to twist your arm.
She's giving herself a good look for Brent there right now, too.
Should we ask Mike where Topaz went, or is he
Yeah, ask
focused? Where did Topaz go? Okay,
him.
Arizona
So
Dairy.
Topaz
Very
went
good.
to Arizona Dairy.
We
Thanks,
knew
Mike.
you'd know. Yes. That heifer that just went off the screen was third spring heifer last year at the Royal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
When the Carnview success that they had there. Now Mike has got a heifer here that everybody will like as well. She's another Marflow Acres heifer by Major, out of a master, so that combo. And she's owned by both Clark Valley and Butler View.
Major being a Lambda son, we spoke earlier about the cross of Lambda and Major, how that's worked out, and that's a beautiful heifer, obviously, right in front of us there.
.106 is from the Troops, and she is a Believe out of a Lambda and an American-bred Lambda, Topview B Lambda Lizzie E.T.
Age of Believe, there's a few good milk and Age of Believe showed up there last year, and I don't think that bull's able to, I don't know if you can find that semen anymore. It's very hard to find. But making some good cows.
107 is coming onto the screen. That's another Carnview animal. She's Major Love Song. Major, out of a Chief. And we'll see if we can tell you a little bit about that Chief. She's an 87-point Stanton Chief. Then we've got an excellent Tattoo, and we go back into some City View breeding
Oh, yeah.
fairly quickly. Some of the last of it, I would assume.
Yeah.
An Atwood cow that was 87 points. I tried to make a connection with Alicia, but I couldn't quite get there. And sometimes you just have to deal with the facts. The Noom family at New Morning Holsteins. This is Ms. Nova Rebel Rapunzel. She's a Demoni Rebel out of a Warrior Dam, and a red cow at that. Being by Warrior would help, I guess. 109 is a Patience animal, a red. See what story we have on her.
Parallel Altitude Trinity, Foreigner Altitude Daughter, out of Royal Lake Tees P Red.
Good. And she was not amongst my earlier group of animals that I received.
She
so
may be a late entry. Yeah, nice straight, beautiful calf.
Pole Dam, kind of cool. Here's another heifer that's easy to like. 111.
Yeah, she's got some sisters here, so. Carnview Master
yes.
Beyond. Master from Impression Becca from Ducats there.
And she
And
was
Bonnie.
sold to Mark Hill in the recent Carnview sale. And again, yeah, that Bonnie
Look at
family.
the width of the rump on that calf. Holy smokes.
The length of body that she has, the
Yeah.
depth of barrel.
There's a lot of heifer there.
A lot of positive aspects. We are now going back to the Beckridge and Quality partnership on this Major daughter. She's bred by Gerald Coughlin, Trent Valley Major Alien. She is out of an excellent 91 Dorman with the Melwood prefix, and then we've got an excellent Goldwyn, and then guess who? Allie.
Yeah.
A lot of frame on this heifer.
I think the Abadaba is the one that's in the prefix there. Goldwyn Abadaba.
I think you are correct. And then we should have, and we do, Steve Fraser is here, with Freyland Beckridge E.N. Beatrix. And this, of course, is owned by the partnership of Beckridge and Freyland. Her dam is a very good 87 sidekick who was honorable mention All-Canadian. Oh, sorry, that's getting to the next generation with Butter Tart.
Yeah, that's where
Yes.
that partnership
Yeah.
started. Glenn bought half of Butter Tart when she was a little calf,
Yeah.
and she was best bred and known at Madison as a 3-year-old. I think she was third in the class, was she?
I
And best
think
bred
so.
known.
And then
Quite a
her,
cow.
her victories at Ontario Summer Show.
Yeah.
Spring Discovery here.
Yeah.
That would be maybe a little bit about boastful as well. And then Goldwyn Bonnie.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, that's a heads up, long bodied.
Yeah, she's a beautiful heifer. Very well blended heifer.
Things.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We have someone having a birthday today is coming across your screen
She's
right
gonna
now.
love that you announced that.
Yeah, really, she needs to have somebody
Don't tell us how
distracting
many.
her attention.
Don't tell us how many she's had.
This is Echo Glen
She's not
Master
listening.
Eloise.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
that's right. So this is a master daughter out of an excellent 90 Dorman and a very good 88 Beamer. So there's some really good, solid breeding in that Echo Glen herd.
Yeah, and Master just cannot miss in that herd. They've had great success with him.
Let's see. Mount Elgin Dairy Farms. We got Royhaven Warrior Freedom. She was reserve all Canadian last year in 2025 because she was second at the national show. She is a warrior out of an 86-point Unstoppable, out of an 87-point Advent, and then a cow some might know, Harvey Roy Frosty.
A red Frosty descendant, isn't that something?
Isn't that interesting?
Hmm.
Yeah, I thought the same thing when I was doing my digging. And got one more here. This is interesting. Yeah. 116 from Rensheim Holsteins. Meisner backwards, as we all know. Kilcroft Camden Willie P. She is by Crater Camden, and she's out of a McNutt dam who was polled. That's where the polled factor comes in there.
So Crater Camden, he's a bull that was born back in my neighborhood,
Yes.
and he's I think he's a lambda, I believe, out of a sidekick. Goes back to Silver Maple Damien Chamomile.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
yeah. And I judged this heifer at their county show last year. I think I had her. She was in my top 5.
Mm-hmm.
I
Understand.
remember I went back home and told Tom Babcock I saw a pretty good Camden dog. He was pretty excited to hear that.
It's gone quiet. It's gone quiet again, Adam, in here. There's
Yeah.
concentration. Oh, Tony Van Lith has helped us too. Yes. Sold to Arizona Dairy, Topage. Lives at Maple Leaf. According to Tony.
Okay, Top Patch is at Maple.
It lives at
Leaf.
Maple
She
Leaf.
lives at Maple Leaf Futures.
It's boarded there, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and owned by Arizona Dairy. Thank you, Tony. Ever paying attention.
Oh, Tony is a bibliography. He's encyclopedia of information. I think he must have an MP3 version of stuff in that head of his to cram everything in there.
The files are many and full.
Yeah. And quick. Quick access to information through Tony.
I'm willing to bet that Brent Howe and Devin O'Hara are having the time of their lives judging these classes.
Yeah, I think they're having some good discussions. I think they're seeing things eye to eye. They've been good friends for a long time, so. Devin, a good comment in his own right, having traveled the country as a classifier for a number of years, and home at Danny Lane, they got a tremendous herd of cows there. Do a masterful job managing that herd every day. Right, he's got Mike Deaver coming first. 105. That's Marful Waker's Major Merino. Major from a master. And then it's Carnview in second. Echo Glen in third. Steve Frazier coming fourth.
There is a lot of consistency in these heifers, isn't there?
Yeah. Then the red heifer, the Believe, coming in fifth. Two red heifers, fifth and sixth. And then seventh, that's Trent Valley Major Alien. Very, very consistent class of heifers here. All full framed, all good legged, all wide rumped, all balanced. There'll be about one reason between each heifer placing here. Maybe half a reason.
Yeah.
Only need one if it's right.
That's right. Murray says you only need one reason if it's
That
right.
deciding factor.
Yeah, I don't think he's making any changes here.
It's almost eerily quiet in here, Adam.
We're all watching.
Watching-
We're all watching these nice heifers. It's
Exactly.
I'm honestly speechless between the first 3 or 4 here. They're so good and so consistent. And they're all by different bulls, and that's how close the breed has gotten nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
I think these top 4 throughout the year, you can see them switch places here and there based on how they develop and how their conditioning comes and
Mhm.
goes and stuff like that.
104.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to announce the winners in the spring yearling class. Holstein in 3rd place, ring number 114, Echo Glen Master Eloise, exhibited by Echo Glen Farm. In 2nd place, Carnview Eye Candy Bedazzle, exhibited by Carnview Farms Incorporated. And your class winner, 105, Marflow Acres Major Merino, exhibited by Clark Valley Holsteins and Butlerview Farms. Now we'll pass the microphone over to our judge, Brent Howe, for his reasons on this outstanding spring yearling class. Brent?
Well, another nice class of junior yearlings here. Give them a round of applause, if you will. They're nice from top to bottom. I do encourage crowd participation, if that's all right. Back to the class here. Beautiful pair, similar made heifers at the top of this class once again. Very balanced, very dairy. Giving the advantage to the heifer winning the class. I prefer the way her head and her neck blend into her shoulder. I prefer in the rump structure just a little more level in from hooks to pins. She's got a big open turn through her rib here, this heifer in first. A real high style heifer when you get out, and walks very correctly on a set of feet and legs. Second over third, I prefer the way this heifer in second walks on her hind feet. Most importantly, she's just stronger in her pasture and doesn't just knuckle over on those rear legs as much. Heifer that's a little more refined in her bone quality throughout in second over third. So the 3rd place over the 4th, the overall length of body on this heifer in third. When you get behind them, she's got more openness and depth and capacity in her midsection, especially viewed from behind over a real dairy heifer coming out in 4th. 4th over 5th, I prefer the dairiness and the bone quality in the heifer in 4th. She's just a touch cleaner in her flank and just a little wider through her chest than a red heifer that's got a nice presence, a big wide muzzle, and a lot of length of body to her. Congratulations.
As Brent just stepped up to the table here, he just, told me he was doing a good job, and it's easier when the heifers are this good. It's a lot of fun, he said, so he's enjoying himself today.
For those of you following along in your catalog, ring number 99 placed 12th, ring 100 placed 14th, 102 placed 16th, 103 was 13th, 104 Carnview Eye Candy Bedazzle was second for Carnview Farms Incorporated. 105 was your class winner, Marflow Acres Major Merino, exhibited by Clark Valley Holsteins and Butlerview.
2 winter yearlings coming in.
106
For the jerseys?
fifth
Both
and
chocolate
was
chips,
first
or-
red and white.
One's a chocolate chip, one's a chocolate chip.
Son.
108 placed
Yes.
15th. 109 placed 9th. 111 placed 8th.
It is exciting
placed
to see the
6th.
influence that a cow
113
like that
was
chocolate chip
4th.
can have. Granted, she had a great family
114,
behind her,
Echo
but
Yeah.
she seemed to be
Glen
such
Master
a
Eloise
transmitter
was
herself.
Third for Echo
She's got
Glen
some
Farm.
really solid daughters who are
115
breeding on
was
really
7th and
well as
second
well.
red
Yeah,
and white.
it's
and
too bad that the year,
116th placed
what would have been
10th.
her best year in the show ring was the COVID
Class
year.
coming into the
Exactly.
ring
And
now
she-
is the
We've all seen the great
Jersey
photo of her in the
Winter
ring
Yearling
at
class.
the that was taken at the
This
show that year
class
that
is
happened in Lindsay,
sponsored by
Ontario.
Quality Seeds.
But it would have been great to see
Yeah,
her in the
in
middle of the ring at the Royal.
ring at
That's
the Royal.
Is
Exactly.
I think she
Mill
might have got the job
Transport
done
and the
overall
best
if
bred
she'd had the
known
opportunity.
by Unique Designs. Class number 9, Jersey Winter Yearling.
Yeah, the royal champion that never was.
Those who know.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
And she did create such a firestorm of interest in her sons. You know, she, again, an international icon.
Yeah.
So we're going to have just 2 in this winter yearling class in the Jersey ring, and the first heifer has entered the ring, and she is Golden CC Serene. We've just been talking here about the influence of Avonlea Premier Chocolate Chip on the breed, and here's an example by Avonlea Choco Chip, bull that I was watching last night, a sale in New Zealand, and they were selling Choco Chip daughters there as well. The dam of this heifer is a Victorious, a River Valley Victorious. She's excellent 93. She's got a 92-point Premier Dam, then a 92-point Comerica, then a Supreme Excellent 93 Sambo, bred Adam down in eastern Ontario at the Jennardine herd of the Hamilton family at Kempville.
Okay. Yeah.
Allison Bosel's family, the Lethbridges,
Yep.
were involved there as well.
Yep.
And so it's 4 generations of 92 or 93-point dams on this first heifer.
Yeah, really well made heifer here too in her own right.
Mm.
Just got her parking brake stuck on here. Dougie in helping out a little bit.
As he would. The other heifer who will be coming onto the screen here is by a son of Chocolate Chip. This is Maker Sideshow Ruby Red. She is by Maker Choco Chip Sideshow, again from an S family we mentioned earlier here. Her dam is South Mountain Viral Respect, a Bushley PN Viral, very good 86, 9,200 kilograms of milk. Carrie Fraser gets a lot of milk out of her cows as well. Grand Dam Mary Knoll Excite Rosie, who was a very famous show cow probably a decade ago. Excellent 95, and then a 94-point impressive Indiana dam behind that. So some considerable pedigree on this second heifer in the ring as well. They both got some background to them, backstory.
You know, every heifer we've seen here today in both breeds has got an arm length of pedigree
It is
behind them.
fascinating.
It is.
You know, when
Yeah.
you when I was doing some of the research here, I kept thinking, yeah, there's no, you know, good plus lines. You know, there's
Yeah, 20, 30 years ago, we'd see heifers
Miss
buy a bull that was making them without any pedigree behind them, and they'd just be big heifers, and they'd be winning on their size and scale and such. But nowadays, it's between genomic quality and embryo transfer and such, we've made so many good animals with strong maternal cow families behind them. And then it's going forward, it's going to go beyond just what there is for high classified, high producing cow
And
families.
the
It's
winter
going to
yearling
be
class.
families that have
our
won in the show ring.
Class winner is ring
generation
number
after generation, too. We're
117,
starting to see
Golden
that more and more
CC
now.
Serene. exhibited by Golden Jerseys, and in second place, 118 Maker Sideshow
I think as we're
Ruby
getting
Red,
the
exhibited
breeds
by
moving
Maker
forward,
Farms Incorporated.
The
And we'll pass the microphone
the
over
everyday
to
cow
our
and the
judge,
show cow, they're
Jeff
getting
Stevens,
closer and
for
closer
his
together.
reasons on the class.
Yeah.
Jeff?
And we've had some
Just
good
two
examples of
heifers
very
in
high
this class
index
here, but two really
animals that
nice
could, do
individuals.
well
But I
in the
think our
show
first
ring
one,
as well. So
when this
Yeah,
heifer
so
does
there's
get
our
flowing
Moore
and
calf that
moving
did
with
really
this
well
young
today.
gentleman, the
Moore is
heifer's
number
got
2
that length
TPI,
of frame
and
from
number
end
2
to end, a
LPI
little
Bulls
nicer
Canada
up through
proven,
head
and
and neck.
was number
And
one as
the
a young
heifer's going to
sire.
follow in second. I do, the second place heifer, you love her Springer rib, but I think this gives up a little bit of length all the way through, and a heifer that's just maybe not quite as long all the way through as the first place heifer today. But two really nice heifers to place in this class.
And once you get the parking brake off on that cow, she looks pretty good, doesn't she, Russell?
yeah, she and fascinating for just two of them, but they're really consistent. They've got the same kind of rump on them, that nice slope from hip to pins. They've got barrels on them, some
Length and
depth
balance.
and
I think the first heifer
front
just
ends that are okay.
First heifer just got a little more desirable set to her leg from the side
Mhm.
view than the second heifer. But that's really getting nitpicky. Yeah.
So we'll be following with a presumably 6-head winter yearling class on the Holstein side. We've got a few Jersey, probably 3, I believe, out of the 4 fall yearlings, and then potentially 4 fall yearlings as we move along. It's been going really well and smoothly here today.
Yeah, the judge has been very efficient with their time, and they're moving along at a good pace here.
And don't you just love it when a judge is giving reasons and they either mention something that you've seen or they point out something that maybe you missed, and yet they're absolutely correct as well, you know?
On both these judges today, you can if you look around the ring and have in your mind what they look, you can close your eyes and listen to the reasons, and you can picture the animals that they're talking about.
Yes.
And that comes with a lot of cow knowledge and a lot of experience, and those kind of judges they're the 1% that can do that and explain and give you that picture in your mind of what they're talking about.
Well, here we go with the winter yearlings and a heifer that probably is familiar to a variety of people, owned by Mr. Grandy in the Oshawa area, Petitclerc Jerry Adine, an All-American and honorable mention All-Canadian last year. She's by Ladies Lambda Jerry Lewis, popular bull. She's got an 86-point King Doc Dam, an 87-point Grand Dam, and then the Goldwyn Anouk cow at Petitclerc, 21-star brood cow. So that A family shining through once again. And again, cow families.
Cow families. Yeah.
And she looks like she's had a pretty good winter.
Cow families on both sides, and then like Jerry Lewis goes back to he goes
Lindsay, is he a Lydia family
yeah, it
descendant?
goes back to
Yeah.
Lindsay that won the Royal, Winbrook Lindsay, and then that goes on back to Ravenfall Lydia.
So here we have 120 just coming onto the screen with Nolan. There is WCG for Willow Creek Genetics Unix, another Unix copycat. She was junior champion at Huldom and Norfolk last year. She's got a Stanton's Chief Dam, then a Donmare Control Cow, Excellent 90, who was grand champion at Huldom and Norfolk in 2021. Excellent 92, very good 88, excellent Igniter back in this pedigree as well.
It's funny, we were just got done talking the last class about cows that have coming from families that win shows over and over again, generation after generation. Now that was just at the county level, but you know,
still,
it's yeah.
yeah,
And here she is at this level,
yeah.
and looks the part.
Most eligible to be here. We've got Carnview VL Apple Fritter here. She's in joint exhibit from Carnview and Valley Lane Farms, who are at Tavistock. She's a warrior red daughter, and her dam, don't have a notice there, but she is, based on her name as well, is a direct descendant of Apple.
One can assume.
Yeah, there's some, yeah, well, it's true. And there's lots of Apple because one of the dams behind her is an Lucky Awesome, who has that connection
Oh,
to
yes,
Apple
Awesome
as
Red.
well.
Yeah.
And then Unstoppable is back in this pedigree. So there is a wealth of Apple in that red heifer.
Yeah.
what
We
do
got
we got
Weekdale
here?
Happy Hour.
Yes.
Freight on Miles Red from Petitclerc Dorman Latone.
And she was the honorable mention All-Canadian 4-H calf last year. She was first at Summer Show, the Atlantic Spring Show, and Autumn Opportunity last year. And I'm just trying to see, different. Actually, she's interesting in that she's got a Petitclerc dam, who's 92, a Dorman, then a Goldwyn 94 with the Weeksdale prefix, Terrason and Allen back there as well, both excellent cows. So very deep pedigreed heifer. Oh, and
Yeah.
there's Blair himself. And she's owned by...
Oh, wait a minute. Number 122. That was Charbon Master Desiree.
we-
So we skipped one.
Yep, we did miss Jen with
So
that.
now here's Happy Hour that
Yeah.
week that Blair's got here. And boy, she had a good winner.
Mercy.
Yeah.
The program is working.
Mm-hmm. Then we got Century Star Jerry Lewis
Yes.
gift. Jerry Lewis from Kingsway Solomon Glory.
And 93 Point Solomon had some excellent sisters. We've got the excellent 91 Atwood, and then a heifer you'll remember, who was the dam of Solomon Gorgeous, the supreme champion heifer at the Royal in 2017. Kara Irving owned part of her with Kingsway.
That heifer showed
So-
at one show that year, and it was the Royal. And she did well.
But she did very, very well. She couldn't have done any better, actually.
Ethan McMillan said that's the only hour all year she properly behaved. That's why they didn't take her to many shows, because she was a bit of a handful.
She picked the right hour.
Yeah.
So that's, another Jerry Lewis. So there's two Jerry Lewis in this class, aren't there? First and last, in terms of entering the ring, order of entering the ring, birth dates.
Well, I'll tell you, none of them are going to go out last.
Oh my heavens. Ooh. Fascinating 6 heifers, and so many of them, such a high percentage you could like.
Yeah, about 100%.
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we're watching this class of Holstein Winter Yearlings, we'd like to acknowledge the sponsors for this class. The major sponsor is Practical Agri Products. Your jackpot sponsor is Weavercroft International, and your best bred known is Unique Designs. And I understand that Kim is here from Unique Designs, and if you're within earshot of us here, could you make your way over to the announcer stand, please? Holstein Winter Yearlings, next class coming in will be the Jersey Fall Yearling, class number 11.
connecting here. Yes.
He's got Blair, and then with Happy Hour, and then Jerry Dean. So as predicted, the Jerry Lewises aren't going out last. They're second and third.
Very, very astute.
Six really nice winter yearling heifers here.
The heifers have been really well behaved today, as a whole group. You know, there's been the odd one that liked to dance in front of the judge, but
Yeah,
by
not-
and large, they've been
Not too much.
so impressive.
Helps us as a quiet building. When we were back in the other barn there's be some noise going on, some clippers and
Clipping
blowers,
going on.
blowers going, people running back and forth, and it's nice to have the separation over here that compared to what we used to have. And it's a nice day for getting back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
It's finally the nicest spring day I've seen since last spring.
Well, we had one that was okay for a few hours. If you hit the right time and the wind was down, it was okay. But I'm telling you.
I was probably in a hockey rink during that hour and a half.
Didn't last more than 90 minutes
Yeah.
on the deck with a glass of wine. And then put the chairs away and get the
Then
boat.
it was -6.
It was. It just-
I think by now he's starting to roll around his mind who he's thinking of for his champion group here. I think there's a couple candidates here, and there's a couple candidates a few
Candidates in-
classes ago that
Mm-hmm.
looked like the same, kind of fit the same mold. And by this time, as a judge, you'd want to, you'd hope that you'd have something that would stick in your mind, like in that regard.
Brent is looking for a microphone.
Ladies and gentlemen, our class winner is ring number 123, Weeksdale Happy Hour, exhibited by Beckridge Holsteins and Quality Holsteins, ring number 123. In second place, 119, Petty Clerk Jerry Adine, exhibited by Ronald Grandy. And in third place, 124, Century Star Jerry Lewis Gift, exhibited by Mount Elgin Dairy Farm. Then we'll pass the microphone over to our judge, Brent Howe, for his reasons on the class. Brent?
Well, maybe not the biggest class, but quality from top to bottom in this class. Give them a round of applause here, folks. This is a really good class of heifers. Coming out on top, a heifer that she fits the style we've been working with today. She's got an advantage over the heifer in second. She's more feminine in through her head. She's longer necked. She's thinner hided and cleaner thighed all the way through. But most importantly, she walks more comfortably on her feet and legs. In particular, on her rear feet and legs, the way she walks straighter and more comfortably on the heifer coming out in second. Heifer in second, over in third. She's wider muzzled, wider chested. She's got more drop to her fore rib. Lots of openness and spring of rib in this heifer in second. Heifer in third over the heifer in fourth. Length of body over the longer neck than the heifer coming out in fourth. Heifer in fourth over the heifer in fifth. Just a little cleaner in the bone in her leg. I prefer the way she walks on through her front feet as well. Over a nice open ribbed heifer here in fifth. Thank you.
Thank you, Brent. For those marking your catalog, ring 119 placed second, 120 was fifth, 121 placed sixth and was first red and white. 122 placed fourth. 123 was your class winner for Beckridge Holsteins and Quality Holsteins Weeksdale Happy Hour. And ring number 124 placed third. Our next class that will be coming into the ring are the Jersey Fall Yearlings, Class 11. Again, we'd like to acknowledge our sponsors in this class. Our lead sponsor in the Jersey Fall Yearling class is Carnvilla Holsteins and Jerseys from Woodstock, Ontario. The jackpot sponsor is Walker Dairies Incorporated from Aylmer, Ontario, and our best bred known, Unique Designs, Kim Ray and her company, sponsoring all of our bred and owned winners here today. So, class number 11, Fall Yearlings.
This has just been a treat from start to finish today. A privilege, actually.
Yeah, it's been nice. Nice change of pace to sit and watch.
Yeah.
I spend a lot of days on the road driving around from farm to farm. It's nice to see the cows come to me.
Stay in one place and just let them come on.
Yeah.
So we've got at least two, if Agwis, we've got all three of these heifers that are entered in this class are going to be here. There were four originally. One is not with us, so we will go with that. Leading the way at the moment in the class is Sparks K Manor ACC Daytona. Avonlea Chocolate Chip again. She's owned by AJ Genetics and Braemont. Now she's interesting in that she has 17 generations of excellent and very good dams behind her, many of them being excellent. The first 14 generation excellent dairy cow in the world is from this same cow family.
She's also interesting in that, look at her.
Exactly. She lives up to her pedigree, doesn't she? And so she had a sister sell really well in the OIS, Ontario Invitational sale.
The only way you're going to find a hole in her
ago.
is to get a shotgun.
Yeah. And she's got kind of a white tail as well. I wonder, I see Jennifer across the way, or she was. Yes, she's still there. Whether she has noticed that there's a reasonable bit of white on the tail of this heifer. It's a tricolor or a bicolor or tricolor, something anyway. But she is very, very special.
Quite a beautiful heifer, yeah.
And she'd be obviously along in her pregnancy. She's starting, it's got a little bit of udder there, actually.
Looks pretty promising, doesn't it?
Mm.
Not that we can judge that today, but it's reassuring to see.
And of course, in this era, we could have this heifer could be calved in July quite easily, maybe even June.
I think she will be.
Yeah. Look at the way things are going. 126 is coming onto your screen, and when she fully appears, she's another Choco Chip daughter. She is South Mountain and Co. Chocolate Chip Chloe. A lot of C's in there. She's owned by Maker Farms, Eric DePasquet, Quality, and Beckridge. She is by Chocolate Chip again, and she's out of the Veronica line. We haven't mentioned them too much yet today. Her dam is Elliott's Cosmo Action, really highly respected brood cow, 93 points. Next dam, one of the 8 reindeer, Arethusa Veronica's Comet, 94 points. And then Huronia Centurion Veronica Excellent, 97. Another change agent cow in the population.
Yeah, one of the more remarkable cows of any breed that's graced any tan bark anywhere. She was... I was fortunate enough to see her a few times at Madison, and she was quite an individual. Not a big cow, but just so correct and so consistent year to year to year to year to year, to daughter to daughter to daughter to daughter, to granddaughters and great granddaughters, to descendants on and beyond, and still happening.
So we've got also Alex Vale Jordan Game On from Sunny Home. Go Go Glitter from Jamie Alexander and Catherine Milhausen. And Beckett's, Grace Beckett and Beckridge Holsteins, a Kid Rock out of an Andreas, and 93-point dam, 9,200 kilograms of milk, 92-point Colton behind that, And there's a 93-point Ayatollah back in this pedigree. So really nice cow family. The G family at Alexvale.
Which probably matriarch and Giggle came from that family.
Yes.
Quite a cow
You're
too.
exactly right. We'd had a great life down at Avonlea there.
Yep.
And was the rib on that cow was unbelievable. The amount of rib. My tiny little hands would get lost inside her ribs, and they were flat ribs. You know those ribs that are really well sprung and they're flat boned and
My clipper blades could lay in between her rear ribs.
exactly. Reasons coming.
We have the results in the Jersey Fall yearling class. In third place, ring 127, Alex View Good Glitter, exhibited by James Alexander, Grace Beckridge, and Beckridge Holsteins. In second place, 126, South Mountain Choco Chip Chloe, exhibited by Maker Farms. And in first place, the entry of AJ Genetics and Braemont on Sparks Manor ACC Daytona. Now to our judge, Jeff Stevens, for his reasons on the class. Jeff?
Really nice class here. The top two heifers kind of type in together, but I think our first place heifer, for me, a heifer that's got that overall length of frame, overall balance all the way through, a heifer that's got a tremendous set of feet and legs front and back. I think that's just kind of the rear leg. I think just a little nicer bone quality, a little nicer foot set to this heifer that was winning the class over the second place heifer. Second place heifer, as I said, balances in and types in really nice. With our first place heifer, a heifer for me just needs a little more balance through, especially through her front end, a little more width through her front chest to move into first today. But she uses that overall spring and balance all the way through and angularity over a big heifer that's going to follow the third today.
Not to take anything from the other two heifers, but that heifer
Again, our
wins
class
this
winner,
class
ring
pretty
number
easily, eh,
125
Russell?
For AJ Genetics and Braemont.
She is the kind that jumps out at you.
I think Helen Keller could make her win and give reasons.
Ring number 126 was second.
She's so
for
straight.
Maker
Yes.
Farms,
And
Erica
so incredibly
Pathway,
straight on her top
Quality
line.
Holsteins,
And the
Beckridge
set of rear
Holsteins.
legs on her, and
And
Jeff had commented on the way
127
that she
placed third.
she
She's
moves.
always comfortable.
Alexander,
Yes.
Grace Beckett, and Beckridge Holsteins. We'd like to remind
I mean,
everybody
we
about the Mega Moolah tickets that are available over to my
realize
left.
Pierre is a
Eden
masterful
Biss
showman.
and company,
It's really nice
right
to
where
see
our
Pierre
judges
get some
are
animals
seated.
that are quiet,
Have lots of
because
tickets.
he's had his
We have a
history
few
with
tickets
animals
left.
that
They're
have made his
$100.
face red, and he
There's
must
6
be.
outstanding
how many
heifers
more
that
have I
you
got
can
to
have your
show?
choice of,
Yeah.
but there's
Yeah.
lots
But
of
he's
secondary
been very
prizes as
fortunate
well,
today.
including tickets
Well
to the
behaved.
Jays, and they're coming on strong, guys. Tickets to the Maple Leafs,
Oh,
who will be much better in August, and lots of other fabulous prizes that for a modest sum of $100 you can get yourself a chance at Mega Moolah. There's only 200 tickets, so make sure you get in and see Vicky Perrin-Sterry or the girls over here at the desk to get your tickets now.
okay, we're going to begin with these fall yearlings, and in just instance, just a few seconds. In fact, there she is, Echo Glen Master Izzy, first heifer into the ring, product of the Echo Glen program, still owned and bred by them. She's a Golden Oaks Master out of a very good 85 Thunderstorm, out of a very good Tattoo, out of an 88-point Windhammer, and then an excellent Fever for those who love sire stacks and pedigrees. And my.
Lots of good
Yeah,
breeding in that
yeah,
sire
just-
stack.
ooh.
Yeah.
Second heifer that Ethan Bloomfield is leading here for the Jones family, and Jeff Innes, is Joran HNF Wiggle. Now, in the last year or so, the initials HNF have become very recognizable. with that Mr. Ernest Anthony Have No Fear bull, who is making quite the waves. Her dam is by Morning View Radio, and so that's the Jones family. She was third at the Perth Waterloo show in 2025, and let me tell you, that was some amazing show, and the heifer show was spectacular there. So there she is. She's 130. 131 from Storybrooke Holsteins, the Goodwill family, is Intense Alpha Galley. She's going to come onto the screen. She's a red heifer. That'll be distinguishable. She was third last year at the national show, and honorable mention all-Canadian fall heifer in the red and white breed. And she's out of the 94-point Strandsholm Georgie Red, if I'm not mistaken, who's, I think, a pretty famous cow down in the States.
Yeah, and Strandsholm with famous prefix as well. Yeah. And then 132, we have Ben Rye's Master Bad Habit.
And listening to Ed Sheeran songs again. Jim Franken and Coxlin are the owners of this heifer. She is a master out of an 85-point Energy, then an excellent Impression, then an excellent Dorman, and she was reserve junior champion at the Atlantic Spring Show in 2025.
Yeah, I call them that Ben Rye's herd. They're one of in my travels. Yeah, they're one of my clients, and it's just a tremendous herd of cows. And Tom and Brooke do such a fine job there too. They feed their cows apples.
Do they really? Like
they're close to
is there orchards?
There's
nearby
orchards there, and they get the throwaway apples for their TMR, and they put it right in the TMR, and of course it makes it interesting with the sugar and the moisture content, but it makes the ration highly palatable.
And something the cows want every bite of it. Then they're going to eat everything.
Yeah, and Tom says it saves him a lot on high moisture corn in his ration. It changes.
Yeah, because the energy that would be there with the sugar.
Yeah, and he gets it just all he has to pay for is the trucking.
So is it
cool.
the leftover from making cider, or is
Leftover from making cider, juice, and other apple products and stuff like that. Yeah. Or bruised apples they can't use or sell. So you go there, you see a cow munching on a whole apple that came out of the TMR mixture. It's kind of comical.
Well, we're going to get some organization here on this class, and
looks like the
so the Ben Rye's heifer is
very comfortably moving fluid heifer.
Yeah.
On the move and standing
what
still.
What a lot of strength she has too. I mean, she's just. I usually reserve the line about you could run a pig through her front legs for cows, but I think we're getting pretty close on this one.
Yeah.
A decent sized pig. And I'll tell you, if we had a second, I'd tell you where that came from. I was on a farm in Oregon once, and the owner said, "You're going to go over to Idaho, and you're going to see two cows that you could run a pig through their front legs." So when we got to the farm in Idaho, looked like just a dairy farm, and I said to the owner, "Do you have any pigs here?" And he said, "No." And then he said, "Why do you ask?" And I said, "Well, Bob Howard told us that you could run a pig through the front legs of these two cows we're here to see." And I wanted to see if he was telling us the truth. So it's one that, you can use with when it's appropriate.
Yeah, that's one I've never heard before.
Well, there you go. You're gonna treat us in the junior champion jersey class to an expression that maybe wasn't heard on your mic. Maybe your mic was...
When the pigs get let out at the Royal Day at night, we can try that theory on a couple of cows, eh? Which has happened in years past.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the results for the Holstein Fall Yearlings. Your class winner, ring number 132, Benrise Master Bad Habit for Coxland Farms Limited and Frank Haven Holsteins. Second place goes to ring 129, Echo Glen Master Izzy for Echo Glen Farm. And in third place, Intense Alpha Gala, exhibited by Storybook Holsteins. And now to our judge, Brent Howe, for his reasons on the Holstein Fall Yearlings. Brent?
A real nice class here. Once again, just 4 in a class, but nice. Give them a round of applause, folks. They deserve it. Nice group here. Thank you. Leading the pack out, a heifer that does so. She comes to the top over the heifer in second. I prefer the length of her body. I prefer her in her rump structure, the way that her tail head sits in, just a little neater. When you get in front of her, she's a touch wider through her chest, and she's more dropped to her fore rib. She's got an open, very open and capacious midsection to her over the heifer in second. Heifer in second over the heifer in third. It is her length of body. She is long from her nose to her tail. A heifer that's very refined in her bone quality to take her over the red heifer here. Red heifer today is showing us a harder top line and a more open spring of rib, and she's walking much straighter on her rear feet than this heifer with a very open rib coming out in fourth. Nice group once again. Congratulations.
Thanks very much, Brent. And reading from your top of your program down, ring number 129, Echo Glen Master Izzy, placed second for Echo Glen Farm. Ring number 130, placed fourth. 131, placed third. And 132 was your class winner, Benrise Master Bad Habit for Coxland Farms Limited and Frank Haven Holsteins.
Really nice group there, 4 heifers, and very placeable and 100% the right reasons given all the way through.
Yes, it is. It is so wonderful when you see that breakdown, and I hope it's helpful for young people who aspire to be judges someday too, to listen and know about the volume of reasons that are appropriate, and also what are priority traits.
Yeah.
That you'd make a decision on.
Attention to our exhibitors, we're going to be following the catalog as it is printed. The next class for the jerseys will be the junior breeder herd. We'd ask all exhibitors with a jersey junior breeder herd make their way to the orange area right now. That will be followed by the Holstein junior breeder herds. Then we'll be doing the jersey junior champions, the red and white Holstein junior champions, the Holstein black and white junior champions, and we'll be completing our show today with the spring champion heifers. So exactly the way the catalog is printed is what we'll be following. So our next class into the ring now is the jersey junior breeder herds. All exhibitors with junior breeder herds. Make your way into the show ring now, and that green will make sure to be placed.
Well organized, fast.
Looks like we got 5 Jersey junior herds to come in.
Actually, and most of them had 3 or 4 animals here, so I think we're going to see at least 3 or 4 of them anyway.
Yeah, then after that, just 2 Holstein junior herds that are entered.
Yep.
always been a fan of this class because
As our junior breeder herd
every,
comes into the ring, we'd like to
every herd has a certain look,
acknowledge the
Yes.
sponsor.
identity to it.
Conestoga
And,
Agri-Systems are the kind
You do see it in the
sponsor of
classes, and I'd certainly see it
Jersey
going from farm to
junior
farm.
breeder herd.
And then it's neat to compare them when you
Yeah.
get them all together like this.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Adam, because in some of these cases, you've got 30 or 40 years working with that specific breed, or longer. I mean, we've got, some examples of 70 or 80 or 100 years doing it, and then some other herds that maybe 10 or 15 years, and yet they still have their breeding choices have given them a certain stamp or
Yeah.
type of animal. So I
Yeah.
think we've got all 5 of these herds here. That's pretty cool.
And in judging this as a judge,
Mhm.
I've always looked for first consistency,
Yes.
and then maturity helps with development. But it's been the odd time where there's been a young group that's so consistent and so much quality. You take them over a more mature group. Depends on what you got to work with. Well, there's some groups that are very consistent, very correct.
Yeah, it's such an interesting combination of genetics and management, isn't it? And the way that you choose to look after your animals as well. And I think he's, yep, golden. Looks like the Burgesses are
Yeah,
been invited
and that's
to
not
lead the
that's not
class.
surprising as
No.
you look back on the
Based
day how well they've done class by class.
Mhm. And Maker third from the look of things. And now we're going to hear the reasons, the rationale. Sorry, that's Willow Creek. Yeah, Maker's second. Sorry. Elliott's third. Elliott and Stevens. Hoffman fourth. Willow Creek is fifth. Well, in a modest size show, it's nice to see 5.
You look at the just looking
As we
from
give out
afar here. The
ribbons
first
I
group's
think,
got.
the
Well, we'll
Jersey
listen to the
breeders
reasons
should
here
be
first.
commended on bringing out this many groups at the spring show. Really nice quality from end to end, and we should give them a great round of applause. Our first place group, I think it's their angularity or femininity, and they're just that more feminine angle cut to their whole group here over the group that's going to follow in second. Second place group, it's on their power, strength, and width. A little more width up through their chest floor than the heifer group that's going to follow in third. Third place group, just more blending of a group. A little squarer through their rump structures, a little wider through the rump structures for me. Heifer's just got a little more length from end to end of the group that's going to follow in fourth. Fourth over fifth, just a more uniform group over our fifth place group today. Congratulations.
Yeah, good reasons. As you can see, the first group very
We
full
could
frame,
just
deep
get
body, and feminine at the
everybody
same
to
time. The
hold
second
in
group a little more
line for a moment, please.
more powerful than the third group up in the down the chest, the front end.
Okay. We'd like to announce the Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor for the jerseys. Our Junior Premier Breeder is sponsored by Tro Nutrition, and the Premier Exhibitor is kindly sponsored by M&P. In our junior premier exhibitor, in third place, Mix and Moose from Sarnia, Ontario. In second, Maker Farms. And your junior premier exhibitor is Golden Jerseys from Mildmay, Ontario. In our junior premier breeder, third place goes to Willow Creek Genetics, Richard and Teresa Osborne from Hagersville. Second goes to Mix and Moose from Sarnia, Ontario. And we have a tie for first place, Maker Farms Incorporated from Rockwood, and Golden Jerseys from Mildmay. By virtue of first place finishes, the junior premier breeder banner goes to Golden Jerseys. So congratulations, taking both our junior breeder and junior exhibitor banners, Golden Jerseys from Mildmay, Ontario.
Well, that's a nice result, and kind of ties in with the placings in the class that Jeff made as well.
Yeah.
Having golden first in that group. Yeah, they have a really nice blend of strength and yet refinement as well. Like they're clean heifers. Open ribbed.
And it was just announced that
Silky
they were premier
Premier
breeder and premier exhibitor of the
exhibitor.
junior show today.
Yes.
Tied for breeder with Maker, but winner by
Because-
way of an extra first place,
Yeah.
higher placing in first than Maker. So pretty close.
Hair's breadth, as we've been seeing in many of the individual classes today too.
Yeah.
And while the junior breeder herds are coming in, we'd like to acknowledge some more of our sponsors. Merit Insurance for sponsoring the exhibitor breakfast this morning. Of course, KSIH, O'Neill's, and the Ontario Dairy Youth Trust Fund for being the major partners here in the Ontario Spring Discovery 2026. And to Russell and Adam for our commentary on the live stream. We'd also like to acknowledge our hardworking young ladies, Hannah, Brooke, and Addie, for being our ring custodians as well as distributing ribbons. We'd like to thank the Ontario Spring Discovery Committee for all the work that they've done in making this show possible. To you, the exhibitors, for attending and supporting the show, and to all of the sponsors that we have talked about earlier
Three
today. We certainly appreciate
junior
your
breeders herds on the
participation
Holstein
in
side.
The 2026 Spring
We've got
Discovery.
Canossans and
Carn
Carnview
and
and
Echo
Echo
Glen.
Glen.
Echo Glen.
Yep.
They're still available. Make sure you see the ladies over here to my left, or Vicki Perrin-Steary, who is wandering around in the crowd. $100, and you've got a chance at some tremendous prizes, including 6 outstanding heifers in the Mega Moolah heifer draw.
Perfect timing as well.
Echo Glen first, Carnview second, Nossens third. That's a pretty hard group to get around.
Yes,
there,
isn't
Echo
it,
Glen.
though?
Holy smokes. Open dairy,
Wow.
full framed, wide rumped, wide chested. Yep. Pretty solid. That group of Carns is no slouch either. They're much the same. Maybe give up a little bit on maturity.
So, yeah, Echo Glen, Carns. Have you made that announcement? Yeah, Echo Glen, Carnview, and Canasson.
In our Holstein Junior Breeder herd, the winning entry is from Echo Glen. In second place, Carnview, and in third place, Canossans. Now to our judge, Brent, for his reasons on the
Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, 3 junior breeders herds, but they're nice. Give them a round of applause, if you will. First over second, it's a really balanced, uniform group. We got some power at the top end of the classes here in this winning junior breeders herd here over the second place. They've got beautiful openness and strength to the rib when you get viewed behind them there. Heifer or the group in second, over the group in third. A little more uniformity, a little more openness, a little more correctness in the feet and legs, just a little more cover on them than the group in third place. Really nice, nice young animals here in the third group. Congratulations to all.
Thank you, Brent. We'd like to announce the Holstein Junior Premier Breeder and Junior Premier Exhibitor Awards. The Junior Premier Breeder is kindly sponsored by Holstein Canada, and the Junior Exhibitor Award is sponsored by Blondin Sires. In the race for Junior Exhibitor, in third was Echo Glen, in second was the partnership of Butlerview Farm and Clark Valley, and our winning junior exhibitor in the Holsteins, Carnview Farms Incorporated from Woodstock, Ontario. In our junior breeder competition, in third place, Ferme Petty Clark et Fils from Quebec. In second, Echo Glen Farm from Dorchester, Ontario. And your winner in the junior premier breeder competition, Carnview Farms, Woodstock, Ontario. So congratulations to Carnview, a double win.
So Echo Glen gets the junior herd, but Carnview gets the banners.
Yeah, exactly.
Carnview, they brought out not only a good group, but a huge group.
And
of
the
heifers
large
over
number
there.
of heifers, yeah. And they've had a busy April. They just came off that sale about the 11th or 12th, I guess, wasn't it? 11th, I guess.
Yeah, a successful sale, I was told. Wasn't able to attend.
Well, you're only human. You can't be too many places at once.
No, haven't figured out how to clone myself yet.
Or
I don't think-
teleport.
I don't think anybody would want me to either. One of me is enough.
Notice how we left that alone?
Yep. Yeah, I noticed.
The silence. That,
Silence was deafening.
yeah. You should, you're going to announce them to the crowds.
Oh, that's okay. Go ahead.
In our Jersey show today, class number 1, the winter heifer, our winning entry was ring number 1, Echo Glen Classic Jolene. Second in that class was ring number 5, Golden MB Bentley. In the fall heifer class, the winning entry, ring number 23, Perennial Classic Euchre. Second to ring number 24, Willow Creek DBT Superstition. In our summer yearling class, ring number 63, Golden Joyride Emmy, placed first. And ring number 68, Certified Victorious Calypso, was second. In our spring yearling class, the winning entry, ring number 93 for Colin and Karen Leach, Leachland Minnie Mouse K. And in second place, ring number 96, Charlene R.G. Rowdy for Charlene Jerseys. In the Jersey Winter Yearling class, the winning entry 117 for Golden Jerseys on Golden CC Serene. And second place going to ring number 118, Maker Sideshow Ruby Red, exhibited by Maker Farms Incorporated. In the Jersey Fall Yearling class, the winning entry was ring number 125 for AJ Genetics and Braemont Holsteins on Sparks K-Mentor ACC Daytona. And second in the class in the Fall Yearling, ring number 126, South Mountain and Company Choco Chip Chloe, exhibited by Maker Farms Incorporated, Eric DePasquier, Quality Holsteins, and Beckridge Holsteins. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your candidates for Junior Champion Reserve and Honorable Mention of our Jersey Show. Let's show our appreciation to the exhibitors, the leads people, and the breeders for bringing out these fine animals here this morning.
Well, it's always fun when we get to a championship, Adam.
Yeah, and this is a nice one. There's
some very correct heifers in here.
yeah, a lot of heifers are going to be in the same position later this fall, I'm sure. This the summer and fall at some other shows, not just here.
Some of them will have graduated onto the milking classes
Yes, we
by
hope,
the end of the
we hope
well,
so.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. That they appear again.
Yeah,
Yeah, putting that on the track.
graduate and reappear, we hope.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Come out with a beautiful udder and be ready to compete against their milking yearling associates.
It's a lot to ask, but we still ask it.
Yeah, sure, why not? I think you did make an excellent comment earlier about the. Is there any heifers in here? Well, wait, we'll see who gets pulled out for junior champion. Because you have a special iconic quote about one of these heifers. When she was in class, and you think that maybe your microphone was off when you uttered the famous words.
Oh, right.
Mm.
The okay.
Yes, the fence, I think she's
The
still
spring-
kind
the
of
sp-
living up to it.
The spring yearling that I said she walks like a cat on top of a fence. Yeah, yeah. She's got quite the strut.
There. Well. You know, there used to be a time, and I'm showing my age now, when you would get milking yearlings who were still regarded as junior females, which made for a really interesting junior championship class.
So the first time I ever went to the Royal Winter Fair was
Yes.
in 1990,
Yes,
and Bert Stewart was a judge.
yes,
I went to the Holstein show,
yes.
and the junior champion was Sharon Inspiring Jolene, and she was a milking senior yearling, and she showed with the heifers.
Mm.
They didn't make
That used to
transition
be
yet.
that used to be the
And
pattern.
that was I think 3 or 4 years before they even had a milking yearling class. Yeah, and reserve was the second place milking yearling. Her name was she's from DePasquier.
One of the Winnies, or
She was a same family, but not to Winnie herself.
yeah, not.
Eric's gonna be mad at me. I can't remember that cow's name.
Well, it's quite all right. You're allowed one every day. That's your mulligan for
Another
today.
thing I remember about that show was they had a best starter lead out class,
Yes.
and the best starter of the show was the 11th place 4-year-old. I don't know who her name or what she was, but remember that she was 11th place cow in her class, and she was best starter of the entire show. That doesn't happen anymore.
Mm. I would agree with you on that.
Well, got 3 out here. He's got my cat in the middle,
Yes.
and Golden's heifer, and
Yeah, well, those three are. I thought that heifer that Greg Birch's had would be
yeah.
a contender. You know, I was thinking maybe honorable mention, but we'll see.
Well, as these heifers get lined up here for junior champion, these are the 3 heifers for me that definitely have the same cut, same mold, same look. Today I'm looking for, and I think our business needs to look for, quickness of feet and legs with the chest, the way these heifers stride out. I think all these heifers have that same kind of, that mold. It's fun when you get to judge it's not a large show today, but a really good quality show. And when you get to pull 3 heifers out like this in a spring show, I think the breeders should be really commended on the quality and the angularity and the length of frame and what they bred here. So give all those breeders, exhibitors, and show them a good round of applause. I'll go out and select my junior champion reserve and honorable mention and give them a great round of applause. As I said, this is 3 really good heifers to see out the spring, heifers that have that chest and width, correct feet and legs, good bone quality, feminine, dairy, angular heifers, and that's what I've been looking for today. So I'll go congratulate my junior champion reserve and honorable mention and give them a great round of applause when I do.
There we are. The kitten, the fence walker.
The fence walker, yep.
The feline fence walker.
Yep.
Well, she's quite beautiful.
We'll see what he gives us for reasons.
For me, when you get these three out here, there's two that are very, very similar in their look and their kind. I think it's the junior yearling and the younger heifer here. I think these two heifers, for me, just a little longer from end to end, a little nicer up through their head and neck here, over the really nice, balanced, open-ribbed senior yearling here that has that nice presence when she comes out in the ring. But I think the two heifers here for me are definitely the same mold. So our junior yearling for me, the heifer that's got that length all the way up from the front of her shoulder all the way back, a heifer that's really balanced, and then you watch this heifer move and get out and stride out. A heifer that definitely has a great set of feet and legs. Our younger heifer that falls in for reserve, very the same mold heifer for me that's got that terrific head and neck. And I think that's where that heifer, these two heifers take it over the senior yearling. Just a little nicer up through their head and neck, a little more length all the way through than the real powerful heifer that's going to come out for honorable mention. But great, three really good heifers. Give them a great round of applause.
Particularly happy. Tell them why.
And we thank you, Jeff, for your excellent reasons on that class. Your junior champion of the 2026 Spring Discovery, ring number 93, Lashland Mini Moose K, exhibited by Colin and Karen Leach. In reserve is ring number 63, the exhibit of Golden Jerseys, Golden Joyride Emmy. Your first place summer yearling and honorable mention goes to ring number 125, Sparks K-Mentor ACC Daytona, exhibited by AJ Genetics and Braemont Holsteins. Congratulations to our junior champion, reserve junior champion, and honorable mention.
Well, Adam, you're elated.
Yeah, I was right. Three really nice heifers that separate themselves out from the rest of the group, and good reasons. Like the first two heifers have a little more length and femininity through their head and neck than the senior yearling does.
Yes.
But it'll be interesting to see that this senior yearling, as she calves in and leans out and milks off through that front end, what that will look like. I think it'll look a little bit better, and hopefully see her again later on this year, because that Udder Promise underneath her there does look interesting enough.
Yeah, and it's at the stage, we've had all these discussions over the years about people looking at really young heifers and, it looks really good underneath. And I have always wanted, you talk about research projects, I've always wanted the relationship between that and what the cow looks like when she's 3 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And to see, you know what I mean? And I'm being a little bit serious about this as well, is that it would be fascinating to see what kind of other, can you tell?
Yeah.
Or can certain individuals tell?
I know
Just a
certain
question.
certain individuals can tell, and it's a combination of where the teat placement lies on their tucked up on their body, and how much and how the space looks between the thighs underneath the rump there, what the potential could be. So then, if you know some of the family, that would certainly help too.
Yeah, it's just an interesting concept. But that heifer that is starting to spring a little bit really looks quite promising.
She does. Yeah, she does.
So that actually would be a double K family heifer.
Well, that bodes
yeah.
that bodes pretty well on its own there too.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Cranksma Tractor is a Chip son, and the K family or the C family, whatever you want to call them, is there too.
Do you think they had a breakdown on the farm that day, maybe?
Exactly. They had to go old school.
yeah.
Well, there's double K with the Cranksma Tractor. Isn't that cool? Right, exactly. Well, keep it going. That is really cool. Adam, tell Colin your phrase.
Leading our parade for champion red and white, ring number 11 for Allerway Holsteins, Sunny Terrace Holsteins, Allerway Realist Rodriguez. Second place, ring number 7 for Freyland Farms, Hodgland Alpha Love Red. In our parade for Red and White Junior Champion in our Winter Heifer Calf class, in first place, ring number 11 for Alderway and Sunny Terrace. Ring number 7 placed second for Freyland Farms. In the fall heifer class, ring number 56 placed first, and ring number 54 placed second. Summer yearling class, ring number 90 placed first, ring number 79 placed second. In our spring yearling class, the winning entry was 106 for Bill Croup, and second 115 for Mount Elgin Dairy Farm. In the winter yearling, the winning entry was 121 for Carnview and Valley Lane. And in the fall yearling, the winning entry was 131 for Storybrook Holsteins. These, ladies and gentlemen, is your parade for champion Red and White.
Well, we've had a very strong heifer show here all morning. Red and white's coming back out. You're pleased in a nice group with the red and white exhibitors and breeders that competed really hard against the black and whites this morning. So we'll take a minute here and have a look, and then we'll make your champions. If you like, get your hands together here and we'll make a little noise as we're going to get this done. Crank her up, young lady. You can dance good to this one. Yes, sir. Here you go. Well, again, 3 real nice heifers here. The heifer coming out for your junior champ with them red and whites. She's just outstyles the other 3 out for consideration. She's pretty in her head. She's really correct in her rump structure. A little wider through her rump structure, longer from hooks to pins. Just a real balanced heifer for your junior champion. Reserve over honorable mention. A little more length. Prefer the way the head and neck come out of this heifer for reserve champion. And also prefer the strength of her pastern over the honorable mention. 3 nice red and white heifers. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Brent, and congratulations to our junior champion in the red and white division, Blondin Alpha Whippet Red for Ronald Grandy. Reserve goes to ring number 106. Ember Believe Lucky Red for Bill Troop, and honorable mention to Roy Haven Warrior Freedom for Mount Elgin Dairy Farms, number 115. Again, your champion is ring number 90. Reserve 106 and honorable mention 115.
That was fun, Adam.
Yeah, and I think what he ended up doing made a lot of sense here. There's a heifer in first is just a little more openness and cleanliness to her all throughout, and it's 3 very consistent heifers that all very, very, like you could call them all sisters and get away with it.
Yes. Yeah, because that heifer did very well. Was she 3rd in her class or 2nd? The red heifer, the junior champion. She was right in the top few. Yeah, 3rd. Yeah, in a rather
strong
impressive class.
In a really strong class. Yes. Yeah.
It's been exciting to see the development of a population when you get red, polled, A2, that combine all some of those markers that have some value.
Yeah, the polled thing was it was predominantly a red-haired gene there for the longest time until we used its dominance and brought in some other cow families, and now you see like both like A2, P2 and Leisure PP and Triton and Right Stuff and Remover and Apollo. There's a lot of really high-ranking popular bulls that carry that polled gene, hetero and homozygous, and I think that's going to keep growing and moving forward. And we have a pretty good flavor for that up here in Canada, more so than maybe some other parts of the world, and it's been popularized lately, especially with bulls that have some genetic merit that make those bulls more appealing to use.
Well, and that's been the whole thing, isn't it? I mean, before, and I can think back to days when there were polled animals, and that was their calling card.
They were red.
That was yeah.
Now there's more milk involved. There's more
better
overall
type,
genetic quality. Yeah. But there's herds now that are breeding 100% homozygous
Like
polled,
polled.
and they're making pretty good cows doing it.
And one less unpleasant job to be dealing with.
Yeah, and from an animal welfare standpoint,
But it makes perfect sense.
Yeah. And I think from a public opinion standpoint, if we're going to get away from that as a practice on farms, I think the general public would appreciate us moving that direction. It looks proactive on our part.
And when you get to the point where you aren't sacrificing genetics to do it as well, you know.
Well, that's what's allowing us
Yeah.
to do it more and
Yeah.
more. Yeah.
It's fascinating, isn't it, too, when you get those heifers that get their 2 years to show. And we talked about that junior champion and how she was a really nice calf last year, but is a pretty stunning heifer this
Yeah,
year.
and I think we're seeing more young heifers come back
I
as
could-
yearlings as they innately have that dariness and quality that's beyond just management and nutrition
Nutrition.
and conditioning. It's their actual makeup it
Genetics.
has that, and they can come back again as yearlings and still look that feminine. And here comes our heifers for junior champion black and white.
All right, we now have our parade for junior champion in the black and white division. In our winter yearling class, the winning entry was ring number 12, Besley Lambda Caponi, exhibited by Clark Valley Holsteins. Second was ring number 15, the entry of Carnview on Carnview Major Abyss. In that extremely large fall heifer class, the winning entry was ring number 46 for Clark Valley and Butlerview Farms on Dehibu Unix Persan. Second goes to ring number 51, Souderholm Major Alabama, exhibited by Chomper Cattle Company, E.B. Brook, Morel, and Martha Souder. The summer yearling, the winning entry was Echo Glen Master Irina for Beckridge Holsteins. And in second place, ring number 81, Bud John at La Courage, Boston, exhibited by Storybrook. In our spring yearling, the winning entry was ring number 105, Marflow Acres Major Merino, exhibited by Clark Valley and Butlerview Farms. Second in class was ring number 104 for Carnview Holsteins on Carnview Eye Candy Bedazzle. Ring number 123 was our winning winter yearling for Weeksdale Happy Hour, exhibited by Beckridge and Quality Holsteins. Second in that class was Petty Claire Jerry Adina, exhibited by Ronald Grandy. And rounding out our entries for junior champion in the fall yearling class, ring number 132 placed first, Benrise Master Bad Habit for Coxland Farms and Frankhaven Holsteins. And in second place, ring number 129, Echo Glen Master Izzy, exhibited by Echo Glen Farm. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your contenders for junior champion, reserve junior champion, and honorable mention in the black and white show here this afternoon. Congratulations to all of our first and second place winners.
Well, Brent's really got himself a quality group here to choose from. There's probably a couple different ways you can go.
Yeah, there were some animals that were standouts, even in a very, very good class. They were ones that spoke to you, if that's the right phrase. Or
I won't say yet, but I've got my three. We'll see what comes out.
I have two right off the bat. I'm just trying to decide who the third one is. Okay.
And just while our judges are contemplating their decision here in our junior champion class, we'd like to recognize a very special gentleman in the center of the ring that has been directing traffic all day long for us. The one and only Mr. Doug Green, our ring steward here at the Ontario Spring Discovery, a well-known face at many, many shows across Ontario and the Royal Winter Fair. And Doug, we certainly appreciate all your expertise here today at the Ontario Spring Discovery. Thank you, Doug.
That's two of mine gone so far.
Same here.
And there's my third.
Is it 46?
So he's got 5 going.
Well, all all 3 of the heifers I had on my list are in that final 5.
Well, we're batting 1,000, aren't we,
Well,
Russell? Great.
At this point in time, yeah.
We can go out and judge this together.
Wouldn't that be entertaining? Think of the phrases you could dream up before then and then see if you could find an animal to fit them.
I don't really dream them up. They kind of come up on the spot.
We think
5.
5.
Oh, no, he does have 6.
6. Interesting. Well, that made it just slightly easier for us to be right on
Yeah, it did.
on picking 3 that we really liked. So this is something you can do at home as well, folks. You can see their harness numbers. So
Then we have
And
the
then-
winning fall calf, winning summer yearling, second summer yearling,
That's a spring yearling. I
spring
think,
yearling,
is it?
and
Yep.
and then the first and second, first winter yearling and the first fall yearling.
Hmm. Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a heifer show we have had here this morning. Look what we brought out for junior champion from end to end here. Look at the similar qualities. It's a real credit to the exhibitors and to the breeders to bring out such high-end quality heifers this early in the year. Admire the balance of these heifers. They walk on a great set of feet and legs. We should give the breeders and exhibitors a nice round of applause for bringing them out like that. We've had a great show here. I'm not going to take too much longer. Thank you to all the sponsors for contributing to making this a show, the show committee. It's been extremely well run all the way through. If you will, we're going to go out and make junior champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and we'll get our hands together and make a little noise when we do. A little more volume there, DJ, please. Thank you. Well, these two are close. I'm going to keep them together for junior champion and for reserve. You got to admire the correctness of both these heifers, their balance, their openness, the depth to the midsection. They both walk extremely well on their feet and legs. The junior champion, as we said in class, just a little longer. Reserve champion over the honorable mention. She's got more strength in her crop region, just holds her top a little crisper here today, and she just walks out on those rear legs a little straighter. But great group of heifers. We've had a great show. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winning junior champion in the Holstein Black and White Division, number 73, Echo Glen Master Irina, exhibited by Beckridge. Second in the class and reserve honorable mention is Bud John L. Courage Boston, exhibited by Storybrooke. And honorable mention goes to ring 105, exhibited by Clark Valley and Butlerview Farm on Marflow Acres Major Marino. Congratulations. So your winning junior champion, ring number 73. Second goes to ring number 81. And third goes to ring number 105.
Well, Adam,
Well, that was a good heifer show, Russell.
wasn't it though?
Yep.
And an exciting thing. That's certainly the 6 heifers, sorry, that he had in for in the final pull were consistent. We can look at these heifers that are on your screen. They have the old school term. I'm told it's rib structure. I always thought it was a barrel.
Yeah, the first thing stands out about what he went out for the day was that consistent rib structure, open rib, sweeper rib, and angular rib, and then after that it was feet and legs.
Yes.
How they handled their feet and legs was dominant, both front and rear, and he made points of mentioning that all the way through the day. So, and obviously his junior champion, I think in his mind was a pretty easy decision.
Mm-hmm.
That summed up all the things he was looking for today, and then the two that fall were pretty close there right with her. So really, really good, consistent group of consistent heifers all the way through today. Really fantastic spring heifer show.
Yeah, there's a certain sparkle about that heifer. It's again. Did I use the term "je ne sais quoi" on the mic? I don't know, or to you?
Well, we talked about it in between.
Yes, but there is an indefinable quality that some of these they just have it.
Yeah, she has that ring presence where you kind of know she's there without looking at her, and I think we're definitely going to be seeing that heifer again in shows on down the road this year. So
I wonder if Mr. Goodwill is still of a 4-H age, because he's got a heifer that was reserve in this show. He could have an exciting, he's got potential for an exciting year.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
I guess that concludes our duties for the day.
Supreme Champion.
Oh, that's not coming next. Okay, right, my mistake. We'll wait around for that, I guess. It's kind of important.
To those who are actively involved, yes, but yeah. Well, we're still in such excellent time too that.
Yeah.
Now, Murray, what else is going to be happening? There's when the showmanship classes are on. Is there a live stream of them? You'll be.
Yes, we will be doing live stream on the showmanship competition as well. I'd like to remind everybody to stick around for just a few more minutes as we have our parade for Supreme Junior Champion of the show. So we will have our red and white junior champion, our Jersey junior champion.
Your mom got a new tractor?
Our black and white junior champion.
Can she see in the dark?
Trying
Can do.
for Supreme
Hook up all the implements?
Junior
Can
Champion
do.
of the Ontario Spring Discovery.
Steer with me? Can do. Bale hay all day? Can do. Shift like a race car? Can do. I'm out of here.
And Robert Meyer. So still got some show to do yet here today. And
a home you
later on
love,
this afternoon,
a business that endures. It takes your vision,
showmanship
your hard
competition.
work, and your dedication to
Always
bring them to life. The right tools
interesting
help. Case IH
competition to
truly
do
understands
early in
your
the
vision
season. A
and
lot
what
of
you
these,
need to achieve
young
it. That's why
people
we
will
build
be
the
showing
equipment,
devs that
the local
they
dealer and service
probably
network,
have not had a
and the
chance
data
to
and
work
tech
with
you want
too
today
much.
and tomorrow.
But you can never
Because
get
we don't
enough
just build our
practice in
equipment to work,
showmanship, so
we build
we're
it
looking
to work for
forward
you.
to
Case
having a
IH,
well-known
built
judge
by
this
farmers.
afternoon in Erica Enright, officiating at her first official big show, the Ontario Spring Discovery. So we're looking forward to that a little later on this afternoon. But for now, we're going to be parading for Supreme Junior Champion of the 2026 Ontario Spring Discovery.
Farmall. 100 years of can-do. 100 years of milestones. 100 years of family. Generation after generation, its legacy lives on. The one for all since 1923.
Just waiting for the Supreme Championship here, folks. I think the heifers are going to enter the ring now. And we assume there will be 3. 1 for each division.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to reintroduce the champions that are vying for Supreme Junior Champion of the 2026 Ontario Spring Discovery. In our Jersey division, Junior Champion was ring number 93, Leechland Minnie Mouse K, exhibited by Colin and Karen Leach. In our red and white division, the Junior Champion red and white was ring number 90, Blondin Alpha Whippet Red, exhibited by Ronald Grandy. And she's followed by our recently named Junior Champion in the black and white division, Echo Glen Master Irina, exhibited by Beckridge Holsteins, ring number 73. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the contenders for Supreme Junior Champion of the 2026 Ontario Spring Discovery.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Supreme Champion here. We've got our champion jersey, champion red and white, and the champion Holstein. We've had a little discussion here amongst the judges. We're going to go on out and make your Supreme Champion Heifer, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. If there's a few around yet here, put your hands together as we get this done. Thank you.
Grease me up. There you go. I'm all greasy now.
Well, again, it's been a great heifer show and all breeds around here this morning. But the Supreme Heifer there, she's just such a no-faults heifer all day long. From any angle, she captivates your eye. She's got the width about her. She's sharp-shouldered, hard top, got a beautiful open springer rib to her, a very clean bone to her leg, stands wide through her chest, and she's got the advantage over the reserve and just a little more strength and power up to the front end there. The jersey over the red heifer, a little more abundance for her midsection. Great heifer show, and I'll tell you what, we're looking forward to the cows tomorrow. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Brent. And your Supreme Champion goes to ring number 73, Echo Glen Master Irina, exhibited by Beckridge Holsteins. Honorable mention goes to our jersey, ring number 93, Leechland Minnie Mouse K, exhibited by Colin and Karen Leach, with honorable mention going to the red and white Blondin Alpha Whippet Red, exhibited by Ronald Grandy. That completes our heifer show for today. We'd invite you to come back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. when we will start our milking classes. For those of you that want some real entertainment and want to see the next generation of excellent showmen coming up, it's a long ways to the Royal, Russell, but it's a
few
good
months,
start.
but
And we're going to have our showmanship competition just in a few minutes. So probably in about 2 hours, I believe, is when it's scheduled. So anyway, feel free to visit the barns, have a chat with the exhibitors, And we're going to bring our chair of the show over, Claire Swale, for some final instructions. Claire? Thank you, Claire. Our Pee Wee show.
Well, Adam, this has been a fun morning and early afternoon, and
at 4
the
p.m.
quality was
So,
certainly there.
Yeah,
thank
it was a
you
good
for
show all the way
being
through,
here
as
this
I
morning
predict,
and
as
this
I expected it to be, as we all should
enjoying the
expect it to be.
show, and we'll-
And for Supreme at the end there, I think you can make your choice between two with different reasons. And I think I liked what they do at the end of the day with taking the Holstein and explaining that she has more power and width throughout than the
Yeah.
very, very fancy Jersey Heifer for Reserve Supreme
And-
Champion.
It was fair, it was accurate, and we commented that that's what we saw all day long was accurate reasons, good defense of placings, good descriptions, good accuracy in terms of the reasons that we were seeing as well.
Yeah.
So it's great. Yeah, well-run event here. Murray, you did a great job on the mic. Our beloved Nikki just kept things rolling all day long on the live stream on the photography side, with a small bit of help from you, Adam, at one point in time. When she was combing her hair, and it was all good. And it's a gorgeous day here, which is one of the greatest bonuses this year to date that we could ever ask for. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thanks everybody at home for watching, and it's a pleasure working with Murray and Russell as always, and we'll see everybody tomorrow.